Já si budu mít, vole, malé ty tlaky, tak vás zabiju.
Tak good luck, druhý štart. Teraz to sendni, nech sme P1, hej?
Kto bude kričať? Kto bude kričať? Iba jeden človek. Míšo, môžeš kričať, ty.
Tak ja môžem, no, ja to už mám nastavené. Jeden ide do pitov?
Po vety.
Ty vole, on to fakt asi... Neviem, prečo ide do pitov.
Ide sa vyhnúť chaosu. Good luck.
Dobre, zadno máš za sebou, pozor, ide čo zľava.
Free white. 3 white stále.
Drž si pravo.
3 white.
Pozor, pozor. Dobre, choď. Pozor, sú v strede si.
Dobre.
4 white ste? Dobre. Dobre, ste 2 white, teraz ste 2 white.
Dobrý štart zadelil.
Kámo.
Dobre.
Ale ticho, ticho, ticho.
Zimná.
A Lukáš je v tomto dobrý.
Opala.
Ide ti tam? Nejde. Ty vole.
Dobrý súboj.
Hej. Ty vole, jak sa tam tlačia za tebou.
Ty kokos, to je spicy.
Dobre, si prvý.
To si ako upchal.
Kedy by som sa mal vrátiť cca? Asi tak.
Jak to teraz budeme mať zadelené? Či už oni budú jazdiť tie nočné, alebo...
Tak ja som viac menej tu na, tak neviem, sa môžeme striedať s Lukášom double stinty, alebo ja neviem, mne to je úplne jedno.
Čo ja viem, o také 6, keď si dám budík, to stačí, či? Za 6 hodín? Lebo on povedal, že...
Ale jaký start, hoši, jaký start?
To bolo veľmi dobré. Ale aj dramatické.
Okay.
Ešte fast, že... Jaký vláček vezme?
Ty volá, ten Aston je kde? Ten, čo bol prvý, však tak to nikde nevidím.
Nejsou tam.
Oni možno sa na to vyjebali.
Nebol
Asi
toto
jo.
Aston, nebol toto Aston, čo išiel do boxu.
Neviem.
Možno chceli iba sa vyhnúť všetkým a budú dobrí.
Tlaky akorát.
Dobre.
No ešte, že som to povedal, ty kokos všetko.
Čiže nejsme amatéri.
Tak jak vy dvaja dáte spolu 6 hodín, či kedy mám dojsť?
Spolu 6 hodín.
Nech tam
No.
5. To je nedať 6 na tej rovine.
Tu na
Jo.
trhu.
No.
Hej, tam nechaj 5.
To pak zpomaluje ta 6.
Driftéři.
Ajjeje.
Shit.
A sme zás na poradku.
Ujalo mi to tam, no.
Títo OLR to boli tí, čo boli pred nami, keď som sa to skončilo? O 2 miesta? Dúfam, že ťa nejaký naspidovaný tento nezostrelí. Ty vole, za tebou sa jeden vyjebal skoro.
Áno, videl som to, bol to...
Tam nabehol to Ferrari, tmavé.
No, no,
Ale ten bielý sa zlakol a nakoniec obehol.
lebo bol prehrotený, zbytočne riskuje.
Hej, hej.
Absolútne zbytočné.
Ja sa na to nemôžem pozerať, dojdem za 4 hodiny.
Mne by sa vôbec nechceli spať ešte, ja mám pocit, keď bolo 7 hodín večer.
Tak poťahni s nimi ešte jeden z tým.
Kľudne môžeš, Mišo.
Čiže by som ja dal teraz po Lukášovi ešte
No,
a potom pôjdem spať na takých 5 hodín.
No a ja môžem potom po tebe napríklad ísť.
Potom pôjde Lukáš, teda ešte Lukáš s tebou, nejak po 2 stinty a potom už príde Mišo. A ja si tu, Mišo si dá, teraz je koľko, to je raz, to je Lukáš.
pomaly sme.
No.
Nie.
Mišo si dá na 6, ja si dám na 7.
plus minus, no. Dobra, tak dojdem.
No, good night.
Čau.
Čau.
Dobrú. Máme taký damage z toho... z tej bariéry?
Nemám žiadny damage.
Nice.
A aj tak by to bolo na boku, ale aj tak by sa to asi upravovalo.
To už mi to liguje hlata štverice, to je dobré.
Ty vole, no sandov. Tevu, ale jak to udržal ty kokos pred ním?
To bol čistý masaker.
Tyba, no ja už som tež vyhýbal, vole.
No,
Títo dvaja s tým Ferrari sú veľmi...
no.
Tých by som možno že inak aj pustil.
No. Ten to tam dobre pustil.
Však
Ešte
to bol
bokom
ako
to tam
10 minútový šprint.
Hej.
Kadu taky, tak potom tak se připojím k rámu.
No,
Jo.
taký. Čus.
Čauko.
Ten nejaký netrpezlivý z toho Ferrari čierno. Idete tam.
Ale to je úplne...
Ty vole, to je chuj, to on ide úplne...
Nie, toto
To
nie je...
radšej pustí asi, aby som ho kľudne pustil.
Ja tiež takisto, lebo toto zbytočne smrdí tým, že nás vytlačí.
Ja ako ty vole, neviem kam sa tam chtěl nacpat.
No však ja tiež nechápem, že to je absolútne
Tak sú ľudia, čo proste brainless.
To je dobrá trojica tá Ferrari. Také 3 včely.
Nebode by sa rozjebali. Ten od kmáše toho tmavého, ten bielý je nasratý na ňo, furt ho vyblikáva za ten cent.
A ten vyblikával aj nás.
Hej, to je taký baťak. Blikací. Ja už čakám, kým sa rozjebú. Ja dúfam, že my pri tom nebudeme. Nevidie kto. No, štvrtý. Aj jedna, aj 58. Jednotka je vzadu, 58 je niekto okolí. Teraz na tejto rovinke ťa budú predbiehať. Koľko penalt rozdávajú?
Nechaj to v peťke, okej?
Okej.
Tak,
To je debil.
to máš za to, že sa jebal tam, kam sa nemal.
Neuveriteľné.
Už dostal 5 sekúnd za niečo.
to reštart je zajímavejší ako ostrý štart.
No.
Dobrý save. Dosť dobrý save.
No a blbě se mi to urvalo, ty vole.
To je jedno.
Nevadí.
14 hodín do konca.
Nevadí, oni aj keď sú čiastkovo rýchlejší, tak sa povyjebávajú aj po čo. Pozri sa, kokota.
Ty kokos, to je dobré psycho,
Ešte za tebou. Jak úplne, jak na posledné 2 kolá, keby pustil server.
Ty, že normálne sa mi na to nechce ani pozerať.
No ale pomalý jsem, ty vole.
To nerieš, kamo, ale...
No,
Dobrý nátlak si vydržal, vôbec nie si pomalý.
Breakbass si můžu posunout dopředu, že? Když se mi to přetáčí na těch brzdách.
No, kľudne. Ja som mala 1,5.
Ale dobrá divočí.
No, masakra. Tlaky by som mal mať teraz okolo 26,5.
Jo.
No, tak to sme dali úplne akurát. Už mu píšu. Niekomu. Pedrozo, calm down. To je ktorý? Niekto vzadu.
Takže Mišo, chceš ísť potom po Lukášovi ty a potom pôjdem ja?
No hej, ak by som teda mali spať, tak by som ešte išiel a potom nech sa vyspíme, nech vydáte tie nočné.
Dobre, OK, super.
Škoda, keby sme mali fakt, že top speed ešte, nejaký aspoň 5 km/h, tak by to bolo super.
Je fakt, že ty Ferrari jako nás předjíždějí jak nic.
No, počkaj, Lexus. Tak bude za chvíľu pre tebou. Ty vole, toto ideš flat?
Fú, to som si ešte neodvážil.
Ale som rád za ten motor.
Áno. Že ho zase rozjebe.
Lenže vieš, že ty ideš po Lukášovi ideš stint ty, takže možno, že sa všetko zmení na to, ako to bolo predtým.
Hej. Dobre. Takže idem sa ja prepudrovať na toaletu. Mám ešte času, že?
Jo, 3/4 hodiny.
Okay.
OK, ja odchádzam tiež odtiaľto na chvíľku, necháme ťa tu pod tlakom samého.
Jasno.
Čaute chalani, som naspäť.
Čus.
Ako to ide?
Tak ako. Lukáš to roztrtkal, potom mi to dal. Ja som to potom vyboval naspäť. Teraz som to ja popieral o mantinely.
Oh shit. Ale však sme 11, to nie je až také zlé. Však sme začínali 9.
No, boli sme 26. pred chvíľou. Ale boli tam nahusto, tak som mal masaker súboje. Čiže ja som sa zabavil.
Chcete...
Ale ďaleko sú pred nami, tí vpredu.
No jasné. Lukáš, chceš, aby som išiel ja, alebo chceš ísť ty?
Lukáš tu není, teraz išiel sa si dať liek, či čo.
Oh shit. Tak to asi by som mal ísť ja tým pádom. Nejakú borovičku.
No. Ale furt niečo, furt okolistie, to ešte stále také husté.
Akože ak ste dohodnutí, tak kľudne, ale ak...
Ešte sme sa nebavili, že kto išiel ďalej.
Som tu.
Čauko, že už aj ja som tu.
Ču. Jel jsem první a Mišo to 3krát rozjebal. A před nájezdem na rovinku vykřižovalo BMWčko a jako trošku mě tak přivřel, ale se nechal vynést jakoby na obrubník a letěl jsem do svodidel. No.
To som videl na streame. Tam bol nejaký veľký damage, nie? Lebo som videl, že sme mali 260 iba top speed.
Jo.
Ja mám teraz damage 26 sekúnd.
Ty kokot. A koľko ti chýba do konca stintu?
Počkej. 18. Ale jazdím pomalé časy teraz, lebo
Kvôli damage.
ešte som nemal úplne že čisté kolo. A čo som mal teraz jedno pred týmto, tak to som išiel pred posledným karuselom. Taká rýchla práva je, tak mierne do kopca. A išiel tam okolista a ja som ho chcel ísť vonkajška a jak som tam už mal blbú stopu, tak som sa ma oplieskalo od zvodidla. Našťastie iba akože po bokoch, ale tiež to nabalilo nejakú damage.
Fú, no, takže samé kontakty. No, preboha, však sme pred polkou preteku, ty kokos, to sa ešte môže strašne veľa vecí stať.
Hej.
Aj nám, ale aj ostatným.
Hej.
A my máme výhodu, že ty si čerstvý, že máš den.
No,
To dojedeš do 7 do rána.
Budeš robiť o 10 sekúnd rýchlejšie časy, jak všetci ostatní.
Ako, je pravda, že je tu deň, ale to, že by som sa cítil čerstvo, to vôbec nemôžem povedať, že som ráno od 4. hore. A išiel som spať po
Vlastne si
polnoci,
hore jak my.
takže do piče, ja mám 3 hodiny spánku a som od 4. hore. A mám,
Čo robíš?
a mám v sebe 4 piva, 16-ky, takže...
Kurva, to je správny Kermit.
Takže som ty vole, akože začal jednu chvíľku dosť kvalitne zaspávať, keď som pozeral Spa s kamošmi, ale ich už povypínalo, lebo je už 1 hodina. Takže už som tu v podstate plnohodnotne iba pre jazdenie. Takže sa, akože, môžem kľudne ísť, neviem, či ste sa už bavili, ale ak Luky, ty nechceš ešte nejak chilliť, alebo čo, tak kľudne môžem ja teraz potiahnuť aj double stint, keby si chcel.
A ja bych to videl spíš naopak.
Dobre, kľudne, to chcem počuť, že vlastne, aby sme sa dohodli.
Kdyby si jel teďka double stint, tak mi by to vycházelo, ty vole, že by musel čekat do 3 do rána.
Tak chceš ty double stintovať, alebo chceš iba single?
Já bych si dal teďka klidně double stint. Pak uvidíme.
Dobre, OK, pohodička.
Teoreticky, kdyby si zvládl triple, tak to doženeš do 6 do rana, kdy už tady přijede ten... Mišo, no.
No.
No ja teraz robím čas okolo 8:25, takže si premyslíte, že či idem teraz do pitu, alebo ešte jedno kolo poťahnem.
Záleží, jestli stíneš.
No ešte mám 15 minút, čiže ja ešte jedno určite stihnem.
No.
Aj paliva mám akurát. Vlastne by som si dokončil normálne stint.
Podľa mňa si dokončí normálne stint.
Hej, dobrá.
A tlaky?
Tlaky sú super.
Ale ja potrebujem nastaviť.
No, nastavím ti to, čo mám ja, by som si dal. Čo som písal do Discord.
Myslíš tlaky Deto?
Čo?
Si tam napísal Deto.
Však som to písal, posledná správa to musí byť.
Nadiktuješ mu ty tlaky? Bo ja sa tam nedostanu.
Idem to čeknúť.
Á, možno z telefónu.
I am checking.
Mišo, we are checking.
Ajaj, to neznie on dvakrát povzbudzujúco.
Teploty máme rovnaké?
29,37 je.
OK, to je skoro to isté.
Je tlaky?
24,8, 25,2.
Aha. Počkej. No, ďalej, zadné.
24,3.
Okay. Dobre. Čiže 24,8, 25,2, 24,3, 24,7.
Presne.
A ide Lukáš, hej?
OK.
Co, já dám double a můžu jít spát, že? Dojedeš 3 stinty?
Fú, akože triple stint na Nordschleife, kámo. Ako... Ja neviem, Mišo by mal prísť, nie? Takánek okolo 4. 5. Či nie?
O 6. hovoril.
O 6. až?
No.
O, Drift King.
Já nevím, jestli to potáhnu až, ty vole, do 4.
Teraz Lukáš, keby si dal triple stint.
Nebo víš co? Tak já dám jeden, ty dáš jeden, pak já dám jeden. A ty to dojedeš do 6. Ty budeš mít teďka vlastně jeden stint a pak double.
A Mišo, tebe sa nechce ísť ešte jeden?
Nie?
Někdo to musí dohnat, ty vole.
Nie, to bola normálna otázka iba, že ako si ty na tom?
Fú, mňa strašne boli rič. Akože vládzem, aj som není unavený.
OK.
Vytáhni kolíček.
Ale strašne ma boli rič na tejto sedačke.
To jazdíš na tej drevenej, čo Miro robil?
Nie. Na normálnej kancelárskej stoličke. Ale tá je taká už vysedená, že mám pod tým vankúš. Aj to, keď sa teraz spojí, tak je to tak centimetr hrúbky.
No jasné. No, OK.
Já si myslím, že dám 2 stinty a budu dead úplně.
Tak, ja by som povedal, Luky, spravme to podľa feelingu, pôjdeš teraz ty stint. Dajme tomu, že jeden. a necháme to otvorené, že či ja dám potom po tebe ďalší a oddychneš si a potom dáš ty ďalší a potom ja dám dvojitý do rána. Alebo to spravíme tak, že pôjdeš tiež double stint teraz a ja potom pôjdem, no kokos, ale triple stint sa mi akože fakt nechce ísť.
Chápu.
No,
Ale dobrá stratégia je fakt, že pôjdeš teraz ty, potom pôjdem ja, potom pôjdeš ty a potom ja pôjdem double.
Jo, jo. Ja si teď vzal Grufen, tak doufám, že to zabere rychle.
A tebe čo je?
čo máš krámy?
Co?
Krámy?
Tiež horiť boli. Vy jazdíte spolu v tej istej izbe?
V basteném kolíčku.
Jo, tam to tak to práši. Takže Lukáš, hej?
Hej. No, ty vole, snad to nerozjebu.
A tak už není taký trafik, už by to malo byť v pohode.
Bacha, je zhozená cedulka, jo?
Děkuji. To je pusteně.
Jeden normální, jo? To 10 litrů, jo?
Jo.
Ty vám jste spát. To bude hard, jako, ty vole, pak. Ještě si dát
A to tam nebereš.
a ještě hodinu dojet, ty vole, to bude masakr.
Ne, fakt, ja už tu mám čistý pain, ja by som ináč sa vedel hecnúť.
Jasné.
Doufám, že si neobarvil motor.
Ne,
Bacha, není cedulka, jo?
ale ja cedulku nebrzdím. A ja ju tu mám. Dobre, takže 110. Tlaky sú, čistá sada. A 26 sekúnd damage. Sorač.
V klidu.
Zas budeš za týmito typkami tam Čo som ich... Vieš... Ja
To nejak dovlečem.
Hej. Tak... Ja si môžem dať budík aj na piatok, keby ste náhodou. Sice to nemám ani 4 hodinky.
Mňa iba ešte čisto teoreticky napadlo, že ty teraz keby si Mišo oddychol na hodinku, že by si, ja neviem, sa poprechádzal miesto sedenia, tak ty by si ešte vedel po Lukášovi teraz jeden stint dať?
Áno. Ja som není unavený vôbec.
Tak skúsi nejak tak dať dokopy tým pádom sedacie svaly a keby si sa cítil, tak mohol by si po Lukášovi ešte dať jeden stint.
Premastí riťku?
Ak na teba nepríde únava.
A plný plyn teda?
Mám.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bolo?
Syplo mi to.
No. Neviem, čo to je. A vôbec sa nemusíš ponáhľať. Ja keby som to nerozjebal, tak sme o 20 sekúnd vpredu, čiže stále na tom 12. mieste, 11. cca. Škoda toho, hlavne posledného, tam som najviac tej damage dostal, lebo tam aj z jednej strany a potom aj z druhej strany.
A nevadí. To už sa nenapraví, to už je jedno.
Máme 12,5 hodiny dokonca, tyvo.
No jasné, že. Táto skupinka sú o dosť pomalšie, jak my, tam okolo toho 15. miesta, čiže tých by sme mali nejako obehnúť. Ty to, Lukáš, hlavne nerozjeb, radšej pomalšie časy.
Ja?
A potom Andrej to dotiahne, on jazdí jak drak. Ale normálne som sa mega bavil, jak som ich tam obiehal. To Andrej, ty si tu nebol, čo?
Vieš čo, sem tam som sa pozeral, pozeral som sa dozadu na sim, takže som akože občas videl, čo sa deje, ale pozeral som sa aj na spa. Ale tá je o dosť nudnejšia oproti tomu, čo ste vy predvádzali, akože ten reštart bol strašne spicy. No ja som im to tam poslal na šlajfe do zakrut. Ty si sa tam tiež riadne vybláznil.
No.
Jak svinia.
To ma mega bavilo. To ma mega bavilo.
Mě bavil ten restart až do té doby, než mi začali předjíždět.
Tak ono sa dalo čakať, keď si sa náhodne ocitol kvázi na tom 5. Tam bolo veľa hodne rýchlejších.
No, robili brutálne.
Dobre, idem sa trošku natiahnuť.
Choď. A potom podľa pocitu, že ak sa budeš cítiť, tak...
No jasne, dobehnem.
OK.
v Kanadě vůbec?
Čo v Kanade? Ja, tak nejak som semka raz prišiel a už som nikdy neodišiel. Ale čím ďalej, tým viac to cítim, že už je na čase zodvihnúť kotvy a ísť sa asi niekde inde presunúť. Mi tak...
Dobrý nebo?
Je to tu fajn, ale nejak život mi ukazuje, že by som mal sa v podstate nejak posunúť inde pravdepodobne. Prechádzam teraz cez také nejaké zvláštne obdobie, takže musím byť trpezlivý a pravdepodobne sa všetko nejako odzrkadlí, ale tento rok je taký zvláštny.
Spadky na Slovensko?
Fú, akože teraz som bol aj mesiac doma, pred 2 týždňami som sa vrátil a na Slovensku mám vždy z toho taký dobrý pocit, že tam mám dobrých blízkych kamarátov a rodinu. Nevravím, že tu som sám, ale tí takí kamaráti z detstva alebo proste tie medziľudské vzťahy sa mi zdajú také o dosť prehlbenejšie a silnejšie doma. Tak kvôli tomu to kúsok cítim, že asi možno, že aj hej, no.
A dlouho už tam si?
12 rokov.
To je dosť.
Hej no. Už som si myslel, že sa môj život bude uberať nejakým iným smerom, ale evidentne na to je ešte čas. Inak ten Aston, ktorý viedol, tak ten vypadol? Či nevieme?
Vôbec neviem.
Som sa pozeral do tabulky a nevidím ho nikde.
začne mi to trošku víc sedat to auto, no. Jsem už jistější trochu.
Paráda, však doťahuje 14.
Jo. Říkám, že mi to začalo trošku víc sedět auto.
For second spot and
started in 7th position, but as we said, every time there's a safety car period, the field sort of like yesterday. You know, in California, it's still today. You know, probably sitting out on a love tide, and it's the finish of this race in the afternoon. We will go at astronomical. That's not bad, but it is.
lead of the race, Mark behind Clay. It's been.
It's interesting that Harry King's back out. Right, you know, on the darker parts of the circuit at the far end, you absolutely want to be seeing what you see. Now coming to the pits, the number 7 Aston Martin. So that's not quite right, is it?
It is not. And this
What's that noise?
To třeba Batur si dal. To si mal 12 sám. Ale tohle ty vole, to mě nebaví.
12 Bathurst si dal sám?
Jo.
Yeah, because its stint was just 11 minutes. Yeah, not even 12 minutes into his stint, so we're talking just a handful of laps.
Looks awfully dark inside the cockpit there as well.
It's 007. It's got lots of secret gadgetry that James Bond likes to use, so you can't show them that. I'm sure that's a noise it normally makes, but if it isn't, it'll be
Either here it's raining was a little, and immediately they're going to put that car up on the dollies and wheel it back into the garage. Team.
Is it the start of
Trio?
Okay, let's think about this. Coming in, you were concerned it seemed dark in the cockpit. Is it the start of an electrical problem? It was only a tooth of the first. Story's been chipped away at those in front. It'd be really interesting if there's a camera anywhere near their pit garage to see what is happening down there, because this Martin.
Tuším, že to byla 8hodinovka na Kajlami, to jsem teď žil sám.
To ty si takýto solista?
Tak zkusil jsem, no.
Ja som najdlhšie išiel 6 hodín spa a to je asi môj maximum.
No ale je fakt, že tu 12, že to už jsem měl potom ty vole na autopilota, tak poslední 4 hodiny minimálně.
To si vôbec užíval v tej druhej polovici?
No už moc ne. Jsem měl ruce ty vole úplně vytahané.
Golly, how scary. You'll suddenly see the pits in the distance in the light. There's the pit lane up in front of you. So somewhere coming out of Curve Paul Frere, accelerating up the hill towards Blanchimont, suddenly something happened. The level of vibration, he was in third gear, at this point he's in fifth, now he's changing down to second. Cars coming past. So even normally, if you got to the bus stop, you still wouldn't lose pace if the car's coming up behind you. You'd be slowing down and diving in now, but oh, let's hope this isn't race ending.
At the, if nothing more, just if the top class has been
right rear corner, they're working on something. Bonnet's come off for further inspection. Matthias Rudy staying on board. We were talking about the older pit gauges, extra large as well, and these ones are definitely, to my eye, a disappointment. So quite how last year's winning car ends up in those, it may be a bit of a lottery, but going under the car, very quick fix, not doing anything possible in the car. But certainly that's the moment you can suddenly get an onset of cramp, and if you in fact,
and they were. Their number is just going to keep on rising as they stay at this.
Driver still on board, work still going. 40 something. Who's off the condition over thumbs in the two.
Now the crew will do carry on. One on home soil last year, biggest win in the team's history. I had the privilege of standing in this year, waiting for a chance. The nerve, they knew something like this, it could happen at any time. They know how fickle fate can be. The tension in that leaf. Race
finishing in 20.
No, ty vole. Viděl jsi to?
If your car gets the finish, you have a sigh of relief. You don't realize how much tension has been pent up and been around you for so long, but particularly if it's your first time.
To BMWčko se přede mnou rozjebalo.
Ale na chvíľku som sa nepozeral.
Ale dobré, já jsem šel na brzdy a čekal jsem, kde ho to odrazí, naštěstí.
Could not believe it, and he just couldn't stop smiling. And it is, it's just this huge release of emotion, and you don't really too. When you're right to the top, to count how many, but it is something at the end, and it was go one racing, avoid the clash, all the close. It is to be between through to about.
You don't have
car number 9 retired a while back, but.
to bol dosť zvláštny crash, ktorý som si pozeral replay.
Jo, radši jsem se tam nehnal, no.
It's over and out.
Down the order, have a 5
Position. Driver still on board, work still going on the Aston Martin, but that just again is an emphasis of how incredibly close it is. We've had 32, 33 cars still on, taking the being not
line and experience they suffer.
Someone we in ball, but it's
that could deliver Mercedes, if not an overall win, a class win.
I was waiting for news to come through from Simon Strang about Aston Martin, but I'm afraid the story might be told. Matthias Drudy has stepped out of the number 7, last year's winning car. Remember, it was in 3rd place, suddenly dived into the pit. Massive vibration, and the signal from one mechanic to another, it's over. The arms crossed across the chest. We don't yet know what it was, but it's clearly something they cannot fix. But in the blink of an eye, they'd fallen from 3rd place to 33rd, and that was when it was at a standstill. But their pit stop time will continue to tick up, but I'm afraid it's over and out. It might have been the smallest of things, but it's had the biggest of results. Strike another challenger, and for Aston Martin, that is very cruel indeed.
Did get official confirmation that the 911 Porsche has retired as we forecasted. They did make that steering rack change, set the car out for one lap with Ricard Leeds behind the wheel, winner recently at Le Mans, and then immediately brought the car back and retired it, as was the plan. And the list of retirements grows just that little bit longer now, with a front runner, not just in class, but for the overall win, now going by the wayside. Gone is the 007, gone is the best hope for Aston Martin at repeating overall glory.
Ryan and back in the morning, I'm afraid I've mucked up their wall shot with the paradigm competition there. BMW is still going, but with that rather than 75.
Ešte 9 minút a budeme v polovici preteku. Mám pocit, že už ideme 2 dni.
Jo, no.
A mám takú teóriu, že každou hodinou od 12, sme teraz 12, a každú hodinu, keď vlastne budeme dávať pozíciu, tak v poslednej hodine budeme prví.
Tak jsem zvědavý, jestli se podaří.
Nie, že by som chcel nejaký nátlak na teba robiť, ale...
Já už jsem si získal pozice.
You really have to feel. You can see in Francois Verby's face and all the mechanics in the background, everyone with the team. Right. With my teeth right there. You start, that was the team.
Too long we did it so far.
Joint gentlemen with Francois Verby of Come To You Racing.
Francois, a very, very difficult moment. The emotion is very evident within the team. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, to be fair, we didn't check really proper, but for sure it's gonna take long. Then we were here for us to score a point for the championship and also for the victory. I feel really ashamed for the team, for the drivers. We're doing a mega job. I think on strategy we've been really good so far. We're catching on the fight for podium, of course, and yeah, very disappointed. Yeah.
What was the problem?
Yeah, the problem is drivetrain. There's something in the drivetrain, a bearing or something failed. But once again, we didn't even go deeper into the problem because anyway it's over. So it's too long already.
Thank you.
You really have to feel. You can see in Francois Verby's face and all the mechanics in the background, everyone with the team, drivetrain. But that was the team on the move, and to try and do it 2 years running, it suddenly was starting to look quite possible. We're not yet at the halfway point in the race, and you know your heart goes out to them. Could be any team. It's just happened to them.
The thought, though, surely had crept into their mind. Oh, as Galal has come to a halt here and in a rather exposed position, this could very well bring it into what has been a relatively extended bit of green flag running. Oh, looks like he's maybe able to get going again. Is he
Well, he's at the bus stop chicane. He's maybe waiting because he needs to get to the top right-hand corner of the screen, but those pesky cars still keep coming up the hill. If he goes in about 3 seconds, he might have a half chance. The sector is marked as yellow. He waited. He looked at the marshals with their flag. Such a difficult position. So well done for waiting. Oh, just remind you, he's only got 3 wheels on that car. Front right, sorry, front left. Oh, hold on. Let's. Yeah, there are certain effects.
Long Beach.
Right, no. Let's hear what's happened. Team radio for this car 991.
Any broken? Yeah, copy that. I think we've lost a wheel on the left front. Yeah, I think we did. What do you want me to do? Yeah, I'm going to bring it back to you. Okay, we're doing okay. Yeah, copy that. Stay in the car until you are in the garage. Pull the line on entry. I have no brake, I got stop.
Okay, that was a slightly delayed message because, of course, Sean Galal is back in front of the pit garage, but it looks like it's a rather bigger problem than just a missing wheel. There's not much to mount the next wheel on.
And you
The whole
know why
hub is
he's
gone.
yeah, and you know why he's having no brakes, because the brake fluid is leaking quite visibly out of that car. So that would have been a handful for him to get back. Credit to Sean for being able to get that car to the garage where the team might even have a chance to repair it and get it back out into the fight.
What he didn't say, what Sean Galal didn't say, was the contact. Hold on, you had a quick look when he came in as to how long the stint
It was
was.
about 20 minutes.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been a case of a wheel not having been mounted properly at a pit stop, but clearly front left is missing, and the hub in the middle of that wheel ain't there, somewhere out around the circuit. And also trying to pick your way back in darkness. Front left wheel missing, but I'm afraid the crew's scrambling around. They're going to try and sort that one out, but that's going to be right down at the bottom of the order. So you can go for long periods with just straight racing here, and you suddenly have a flurry of little problems. In the last 20 minutes, we've lost the number 7 Aston Martin from 3rd position overall, and it was closing on the 2 Mercedes at the front of the race. It's still Lucas Stoltz, by the way, leading from Matteo Caroni, and then suddenly the problem for the 991 Paradigm competition BMW. Paradigm came here, they were a team, as I said, they came here from Century Motorsport last year, and Darren leading the way there. He comes here with 2 cars this year under the Paradigm competition name, and so one of them is, well, they may get it back out of the race, but it's going to be a long, long fix. It's going to be a lot of passion to get out of the way.
Yeah, but that's what fuels anyone involved in endurance racing. It's not for the faint of heart. You don't come to the 24 hours of Spa expecting to be well rested and chipper on the other side of it.
Koľko máš ešte do konca stintu?
It's that much more
41.
you're forced to make some of these repairs. Checking in here on 3rd and 4th and 5th on the road. Hengstler holds the 3rd spot. Interesting, that's the GRT Grasser team, Lamborghini, that now is the leading light for Lamborghini after the slow pit stop for the other car that now runs down in 7th. And actually, this graphic will kind of tell the tale there. Total time spent in the pits.
Nedat nohu z plynu, tak normálně sejme.
Significantly less time, but we saw them effectively cut out
Jasné,
a
treba
stop, I
byť
think, earlier with that alternate strategy.
modrejší
So that
vstup.
goes away towards explaining that.
Koľko si povedal ten stint? 4-1 si povedal?
30.
30. OK. OK, odbehnem na takých 15 minút preč, OK?
Jasné.
No ako, už sme vyhrali.
Hej.
Dal si naspäť na 12. Pekne. Dobre, tak môžem ešte teda ísť jeden stint.
Jo.
Taký defense minister. Nebylo. Nešlo nic. Čo, nejaký Markos tu je, 9. Tam máš. Ešte koľko máš s tým time?
23 minut.
Tlaky sú dobré?
Jo. 26.
Už to kúsok kleslo o 1 stupník. Rozmýšľam, že by som si pridal ešte jeden.
Máš přidaný.
Hej, dal si to isté už?
Mhm.
Dobre, pamätal si si?
Bylo to tam. 24,8 byla leva přední. Mi napřed už se obídá.
Warningy máš nějaké?
No. Bych ti možná 2 přidal.
Kľudne. No, to už ide pomaličky dole teraz po tej 4. Čiže to, čo tam je písané, plus 2 si mám? Nepočujem ťa teraz.
Řeknu ti na rovinci.
Ja, dobré.
Don't talk to me in the corner. Se Leclerc rozčiloval, ne?
Ano?
Myslím, že jo. Že přímo vole za tašce do něj začali mluvit.
Aha.
No, tu se to nedá jet tak moc flat.
Počkej, idem si obliecť tričko, už mi zima. Za chvíľu som tu.
Teď budeš mít levou přední, jo?
OK. To tam napíšem teda. Ešte koľko máš koleček?
Ještě 15 minut a mám na jedno kolo.
Čiže toto a ešte jedno dokončíš a ešte jedno, hej? Tak je se ještě vyčurať.
Honem bude jenom jedno kolo.
Čo?
Honem bude jenom jedno kolo.
No, ja mám 100 litrovú onu nádrž.
Ale už máš věk.
Ako?
Ale už máš věk.
Jaj? No. Dobre, idem, za chvíľu som tu. už som tady.
Okay.
Dobre, už som naspäť.
Dobre.
Hej, aj ty si
teraz idem
naspäť.
ja vlastne v tomto kole, no.
Welcome back. Setapol si Simrik, že budeš po stojačke jazdiť?
Hej.
Kolíček vytáhnutý.
Hej, hej. Nedal som si druhý, vieš. Som to mal také istejšie, pevnejšie. Máš nejakú damage, či nie?
No.
Pekne.
Chceš nejakú?
Ja si sám svoju spravím.
OK.
Ja ťam. Dobre, tak si sadám. Sadám Husajn.
Tak aby si měl 110, jo? Na výjezdu.
Jo.
2 kliky jsem ti tady teda přidal tlaky.
Ja som tie tlaky napísal do chatu.
Jak to teď rozjeb.
Víš, toto je ten, do ktorého som sa ja točne rozjebal.
Bacha. Uf.
Ty vole.
Je riadny problém čítať niektorých ľudí.
No. Proste zastane, nevieš, či tam alebo tam.
Mám tam 111, to nechám už.
No jasné. Teraz kvôli tebe budem mať o 5 sekúnd horšie časy, jak chcem.
O minútu.
Kvôli tomu litru.
Aj, posúvali mi.
Aj. 46 aut. Povedz, kedy mám dať plný?
No daj.
Dávam.
Nastartuj ti, jo?
Môžeš.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ideš.
Šlo to, dobré.
To je zajímavé, že někdy to jde, někdy ne. Ale v dvojkách se dobře vykulali.
To som tam posielal, tú fotku?
Já si dělám teďka na video. Pěkně ty vole. Ještě zůstal vzhůru náma. A Staněk třetí, že? Dobré chci.
Čau. Dobre, ten sa predo mnou sa vysypal. Plus 1 pozícia, gratis.
Se ti to jezdí, že? Když máš gratis tu.
6, 7, všetky 4.
Vidíš, jak jsem to dobře nastavil?
Tak dobrý stint Lukáš hovorí, že? Teda aspoň...
No, tak dalo.
Ja hovorím.
Nic extra, ale dalo se. Ten 14. ten půjde do boxu, ten bude za náma. Nevím jak ten 15. A my máme trochu posunout ty boxy. Že všichni před tebou půjdou třeba do 20 minut do boxu.
Teraz po mne pôjde kto vlastne?
Ja sa hlasím.
To co?
Že ako teraz pôjdete po mne?
Andrej či ja?
No sa pýtam.
No však ja hovorím, že môžem ísť.
A co pak?
Čo není počuť?
Co pak? Nechci říct, že potom ja.
Nie, tak ja môžem dať tabu. Čo to vychádza už?
No, Mišo dojede za hodinu zhruba. 4. No. Ještě nevychází, pokud mi šel přijde ty vole 6.
Nemal by ísť ešte Lukáš teraz jedno a potom Andrej dvoj?
Myslím si, no.
No tak nechali sme to otvorené, že podľa toho, ako sa budete cítiť.
No.
Já už bych šel spát.
To ti verím.
Tak kdo ví? 13 je v boxe.
Je to 95, je?
Nevím.
Nevíš už?
9.
Fabian Schiller frustrated. He was trying to get past Alberto Di Falco, who was probably a couple of laps down the number 99 Audi from Tracer Attento Racing. Di Falco, that's
Reach that.
so it's the Tracer Attento Audi. Sorry, I can't.
In your defense, it does
say
39 on our screen.
Okay.
So, all right, but that is the Audi that we saw limping up the hill.
Yeah.
So,
Failing, but that is down the hill. He's on driver's left. In fact, he's up at that has caused a problem. But if it will,
opening hour that caused them to drop off the lead lap, but they have been steadily moving forward. I think they did breach the top 10 briefly in that previous stint, and once this pit secret cycles through, we'll see how much more progress they've made. You set the table for us nicely in our first hour of our overnight coverage, Bruce, saying this is the story to watch overnight. How much can this car rebound?
And a 1 in 74 circuit, well, it turns from someone they can carry on their pit stop, complete the pit stop. Well,
Sector 1 is now laps into their stint.
Now someone may have hit them. There's a Mercedes driving off, so something may have happened up at La Source. Mercedes trickles down the hill. He's on driver's left. In fact, he's going to the party. He's got that car is going to need to be moved. It's on the tarmac section, which actually feeds the driver. Look at that course. But there it is.
Yes.
Fabian Schiller. This is. Hold on. Do not lead this race, anybody. You will hit trouble. Don't be in the top 3 because we're suddenly starting to fall. Lucas Stoltz, Jules Brunel, Fabian Schiller had not put a wheel wrong until they did whatever they did to get the drive-through penalty. I can't remember. No, there was contact.
Yeah.
991 big thing may have going off the button.
Goodness.
Hit 3 times, he opened the door for me. Hit 3 times, he opened the door for me and drove around the outside. And then in turn 1, he goes right again. I go to the inside and he just comes completely and cuts back.
Okay, that's a totally deflated Fabian Schiller. Frustrated, he was trying to get past Alberto Di Falco. That one was way up, which was running.
Looking at sequence, less time.
See, stowed in right, doing
Much of the race on this side of the
2 o'clock in the morning. In fact, gosh, nearly 1:30 in the morning. It's a very, very tough hill to swallow.
This car in class had been a front runner at times. They were thin on the back foot when this incident occurred, but earlier on, Alex Saka had a really good stint very early in the race to bring them up into contention. Subsequently, they had dropped down the order somewhat, but in those slower classes where the driver lineup composition has greater variance, it really does ebb and flow quite a bit, depending on who's in the car at one time relative to the other lineups. That said, looks like it could be game over for the 99. But really fascinated with the strategy element of this, with Hessa benefiting, the other car wondering about. 48 they've been gambling and being off sequence here. They're only 22 minutes into the stint. We're just past the hour mark. Could they use this full course yellow to get effectively back on sequence with everybody else and minimize the time lost in the pit lane? I'm sure that's really going to play to their benefit, but something worth considering. Nevertheless, I do think the 998 was best prepared. They were pitting right when they wanted to. The yellow happened to come out while they were in the pit lane. I mean, that is Lady Fortune smiling if you've ever seen it.
Yeah, it really is. You know, they only, the 998 crew were just getting into the top 10. They only rose up their right. Looks as though full course yellow still continues. But, you know, that, I would suggest, along with the 51 Ferrari getting back into the lead lap is good fortune. But you've got to keep pushing for it. And, you know, for well, I mean, it's definitely over and out for number 17 Mercedes. We saw it stationary. We can't really see what the damage is on the car. The lights seem to be out, but maybe at that point, Fabian Schiller had just realised the damage that we cannot see is damage that he can feel. So a sad sight when any racing car gets scooped up. They need to move it to a place of safety, so clearly they have to shift it. But just listening to Fabian, sorry guys, you start your phone call, your imaginary phone call to the team. That's not so good. Right, pit stop penalty for car number 97, 22nd track limits.
Yeah, that's way down the order. That's the car that's had a couple of issues already in Torres.
It's the second. Yeah, I thought actually the round of the race. Because of course Antares had that very early contact with Matteo Barretto's spun Lamborghini. Then he was slammed off the circuit by George Kurtz. And yet again, it goes to show teams patch things up and get them going. And there you have Harper and Hess in that lead car. Not at the same time, it's Max Hess, but they've done so much racing together. Yalsman and the young German, both sides of the Atlantic. And there they are in a car that suddenly looking very sweet indeed.
That could be more interesting or more meaningful at the very least to this race. A couple of cars are under investigation for full course yellow procedure. That includes the 46, the somewhat all-star car, right, from Team WRT, Valentino Rossi, Kevin Magnussen of Formula One fame, and Rene Rast. That car really has not featured, currently shown in 17th, but that's one of the two that's under investigation, according to Race Control, for full course yellow procedure. The other is the number 100. Have to do some looking. That's Ross Gunn in a car all the way down in 46th, but seemingly a contender within its class, within the Pro-Am class. It's the third-placed car, I think. So that's another one that's being looked at right now for FCY procedure.
Right, well, we see that number 17 Mercedes taken away. The car that came in contact was 99, Alberto Di Falco with Gemma Scott.
Alberto, absolutely gut-wrenching to be in this position. Can you talk us through from your perspective what happened?
To be honest, I don't have a lot of words right now because the car was mega, the team was doing an amazing job, we were recovering, we were already had a crash in the first part of the race, as you can see, and we were recovering a lot, we were leading again, then another mistake cost us to put again P4, P5, then I just jumped out 2 laps, and a pro car, I don't know which car, just smashed into me in the first corner when I was overtaking another rapid car. It was quite hard. I don't know where his brakes, but it is what it is. Now we have DNF, I think also in, so I think sometimes 24 hours is better to use more than less the right foot. But anyway, thanks to the team, they did
Tough times. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Interview, but you know, he put it straight. Now, are we about to see? Okay, the accident happened at last source. Let's look at lights in the background. It's this middle cluster of cars, I think, coming up towards us. The number 17 Mercedes is what we're looking for, and the 99 Audi. And where is the point of contact? So the Mercedes is coming up the inside, and the Audi is on the outside. And I think it was front left of the Mercedes hitting what we thought was the broken front right of the Audi. That would seem to add up. But tired drivers with broken cars always so disappointing. So the marker pen of doom is out.
Tak je úplne perfektne, všade 6, 7, 6, 8, 7, 1.
They were always at the right end of the field, always at the sharp end, but now it's out. and their contact has been noted by the officials. Of course, they've got to investigate all circumstances, but I'm afraid the flatbed with the crane tells the story. But we've yet to see the damage on that Mercedes, but I would suggest it's on the side we couldn't see, the side by the barrier, just left hand.
Sides of the story didn't exactly mesh, did we? We heard Fabian Schiller telling the team his side of it, where he was hit by the car he was trying to get past, and then DeFalco thought quite the opposite.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gemma Scott's been very busy. Let's find out what she's discovered from Pirelli.
To jak mi utekol, ty vole. Nejakých 5 sekúnd na kolo mi dal.
Čo?
Ten rad 10.
On je rýchly.
Gemma just found the noisiest place in the entire circuit there. You could tell the work going on, the fans maybe just popping off to find a place to sit down, but the Pirelli tyre changes, they are going from the start of the race all the way through, constant changing through the night. And the teams, wherever you are in the paddock, whether you're in the top pit lane or the bottom one, taking their trolleys to get more tyres fitted up at Pirelli.
It's an amazing operation. Pirelli brought in 140 technicians, engineers, and other staff for this weekend alone. Keep in mind, they're not just servicing the 74 cars that started this race, but many of the support series here run on Pirelli too, and they're all going to that one central hub to have their tires mounted, dismounted, etc. They've got engineers embedded with the different teams, making sure things are running as expected. It's quite the operation, and it also is the first 24 hours of Spa that Pirelli has run on this new THG compound tire, which debuted earlier this year. So this is a new challenge for that tire compound. Trying to go the distance here in a 24-hour race for the first time.
It's a fact that often gets overlooked. You know, it's very easy to go, well, we know they're good racing
Dobrý grip to má
cars.
teraz čerstvé gume.
Keep the car from dragging on the road, but you know, I'm not being flippant, but there's so much technology, but also so much variation. And when you bring a new tyre along, you really hope that at the prologue you get some weather that's sort of maybe representative of some of the many forms of weather and degrees of temperature you get at this circuit. You come
Tady mi to prostě nejde, ty vole, tady
Tak to je špecifická, teda to niekto stojí, ty vole.
Earlier in the practice and the lead up to this race, but in terms of track conditions through this race, I think Clement, it's an old-fashioned word, but it makes sense. Track temperature falling all the time as we, you know, it will keep falling until about 5 in the morning, which typically just before the sun starts to think about coming up is when it's coolest, but it's 21 degrees track temperature. That's comfortable, that's not tyre decaying, particularly air temperature under 18 degrees Celsius as well, so again that's perfectly comfortable. Some of the people in the grandstands may be choosing to put a jacket over their shoulders, but certainly those down at the party are having a good old time just in shirt sleeves. It's a lovely summer's evening, but for a couple of teams, get speed with another 17 Mercedes.
Approach.
Tracer attempt to racing with their 99 Audi are lying through the both of them. They're out of the race. Not so nice.
No, not at all. They won't be relishing this weather at all. Might as well be raining as far as they're concerned. Quickly to put a bow on the Pirelli story, the other thing that's remarkable, they have to build a tire that works on such a wide variety of car. You know, you've got front engine, mid engine, rear engine, different shapes, different sizes, and yet this year in and year out, the product from Pirelli only gets better and better, and it's rarely a part of the story in any kind of meaningful way.
And you know what? One of the reasons I think GT racing is so visually appealing is the fact you can line up the cars, you can take all the liveries off them, they're all different shapes. You have taller ones, wider ones, lower ones, but it is something, and everybody has their own favourite manufacturer, but or favourite particular road car. If you happen to love Ferrari 296 GT3s, well, you're smiling when their cars are at the front. But you know, it's the fact they are all different. But yes, they do their performance standard. Is equal across. It's not just consistent, but it works for all the cars. Almost the impossible ask, but I think Pirelli do, with all their years of experience, a phenomenal job.
They do, across the globe as well. You think about the different surfaces, the types of tracks that they have to prepare tires for across different championships all around the globe. What makes it all the more impressive.
Now, we've been talking about short pit stops and long pit stops, and again, the Winwood Racing Mercedes have decided to go for the absolute splash and dash in and probably stationary for about 6 seconds and going again. So in that, they've vaulted back up the order. They were down in about 6th position, weren't they? They've rotated back to 2nd again.
I think it depends which timing you're looking at. Timing on the program screen has them down in 4th. They're shown as 2nd on our timing and scoring screen. We have to wait to maybe a lap to see which one is correct. I suspect they are in 4th, given where they pitted from. And maybe you can find it on our
So we've got someone stationary out just before curve Paul Frere. Can't remember. Double check. Harder in the dark. 28, the Haas RT Audi doesn't appear to be moving between campus. So for Sandrine Haas, that would be a massive disappointment, but that's going nowhere fast. Cars going past on the screen, on our tracker screen. 28 moving.
Another car that elected to do that short stop is the former race leading Lamborghini, the 163. It's Frank Carrera now driving. They also, let me make sure I'm on the right line. Yes, they also did the short stop here. So that's a splash of fuel and a reset of the stent length. So a couple of cars, a couple of teams electing to do something a little bit different here. Looks like a regular service for Alessio Rivera down in 9th. And a short stop for the 32 of Vanderlyn, and that's that BMW a little bit of track position. Same could be said for the 98 BMW running down, well, maybe at 11th, maybe in a different spot. But yeah, it does look like it is 4th place for the 48. As they do something different, they roll the dice once again. It's worked for them to a degree so far in this race, Bruce. But yeah, we have to wait to see if this most recent roll of the dice comes up. Snake eyes or 6s?
Snake skin with snake eyes. Who knows? We will find out. But 4th place now being confirmed this time when you get the comparison. Graphics on screen versus I've been reminded, of course, that the TV graphics tend to be more accurate. Again, it's the systems, if you will. Right, full course yellow has become a safety car, so we will end up with the drive around. The cars not on the lead lap get flagged through if they're lying between the race leader and those behind. So Max Hess at the lead race, a 998 BMW. They've worked their way very nicely to the front, but it was timing that helped their Rover Racing BMW very nicely indeed. Being in the pits when a full course yellow starts, it's a gift. It gave them loads of time. They're sitting on a 23-second lead. That's the largest we've had in the race, unless my mind has really started to forget the early stages of the race. This race has been really a race in which someone's seldom been more than 2 seconds, 3 seconds clear of the field. It's been really, really tight. But suddenly, this gift has been taken by Rover Racing. Bear in mind, the sister car, 98, took victory last weekend at Nürburgring. If they can make this one a double, that would be a phenomenal result.
It would indeed. What a result that would be for BMW, for Rover Racing, and the Motorsports Competence Group that runs the Rover Racing outfit and has for quite a few years now. You mentioned that 23-second lead. They had it. That's going to go away now behind the safety car, of course. But it's the first time we've seen a BMW out front, and I am really curious to see what kind of pace this thing has when it's not mired in traffic. And now they know that they're in a position here thanks to some clever strategy. Or really, quite frankly, that was good fortune following their way. That they have a chance to showcase what they can do now that they're at the front of the field.
Lebo bol 15 sekúnd a teraz je tiež 15.
But we've had various safety car periods and they've been shunted down, but we've really been talking about 3 seconds lead being brought down. So suddenly having this enormous lead, that just shows how much of a jump they got when they had their pit stop.
The one thing that they do have in their favor is enough number of cars from other classes separating themselves from this car.
Nechce spoznať stredovek.
Still at the wheel, and I don't remember how much time was left the last time we had the wave around. And remember, the rule this year is 3 hours and 30 minutes have to elapse since the last wave around for a wave around to be issued once again. I don't think we've gone past that mark yet. So as a consequence, Hesse not only has the lead of the race, but has a nice buffer of a handful of cars in other classes in between himself and his nearest pursuer.
No, actually, one thing is just very interesting, I'm just taking a look at, caught my eye. On the tracker screen, where we have an outline of the circuit, we've got the moving dots of all the cars in their different class colours. It's a whole gaggle of cars, effectively on the outside of Blanchimont. These are the cars that go down to the paddock of Doom. These are the retired cars. At the top of their pile is the number 11 Aston Martin. Poor Frederic Jousset was shoved off actually just the other side of the barriers from there, just going through Radion. But that's where they go to get parked, so they're not cluttering up the paddock. They go to the bottom end and they're kept there. We hope not to add any more before the end of this race, but you feel, having just had the number 17 Mercedes from Get Speed and 99 Tracer Attempter Racing Audi eliminated, they will probably work their way down there as well.
We're down to 61 cars still running. We're waiting for the official retirement. There it is actually for the 99, so that will drop down the order for I think 53rd, but given enough time it will likely drop down to 61st, which leaves us with 60 cars less. 17, actually, I guess it'll lead us with 59 because we're waiting on the 17 to drop down to the bottom as well. That car eliminated in that same incident that certainly eliminated one of the contenders for the overall win.
Yeah, so everybody who is still running, they have more of a chance of victory. That seems like stating the absolute obvious, but it does mean we've had some very, very strong cars. And just to refresh your mind, in the last hour or so, we've lost the number 7 Aston Martin. That was moving ever closer to the race lead, was 3 seconds off, closing in on the Mercedes running first and second. And then there was a horrible metallic vibration. I'm afraid it was over and out from them drivetrain issues, and poor Matider really brought it into the pit garage. They put it on the dolly jacks, wheeled it in there, and just could do nothing. They had to accept defeat. And then, of course, we lost the number 17, Fabian Schiller. Car with that contact up at that source. So 2 of the cars that have been running in the top 3 eliminated in very, very short order. The night could be cruel. Isn't great, though. Look at the fans. Hundreds of them still sitting there. What a vantage point they had. But, you know, these are hardy souls. They'll be very tired souls. I hope they don't have to go too far to come home. But bear in mind, if you don't know where Spa is located, it's the southeastern corner of Belgium, but just over the border. Germany is just over the border until the world's great circuits are separated by one weekend, but also only about 60 kilometres. I'm talking about the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So for a lot of these crews, they just brought their cars across the border and carried on what they were doing at the previous circuit. These are hard months for the teams, but it's a special place here.
It is a special area, part of the world, motorsport, and a huge part of the history of this part of the world, whether here in Belgium or across the border in Germany. A couple of fans waking up to wave to the cameras.
How did they know? Uncanny.
It tells you, though, it might be a little bit chilly out there. Everyone seeking some additional warmth.
Are they supporting Aston Martin or Wright Motorsport? Quite hard to tell with those sleeping bags in the sort of dark green hues.
That's more of an Aston.
I think so.
Not much to be excited about, I'm afraid. Tough week, all in all, for supporters of Aston as they tried to defend their overall win of a year ago. But look at all those race fans, they're sticking it out. And why not? What a spectacle we have, and with the safety car now deployed, that means we're getting closer to the resumption of festivities once again.
It's great to see how much, you know, we have to stay focused on the race as much as we can. You get a bit of downtime, but you still have to stay in touch. You know, a lot of these people will go and have a meal, they'll go and get some more fruit later on and a few beers. They come in, they come out, but here we are, getting on towards 2 in the morning. It's 10 to 3 in the morning, I beg your pardon, working our way through the night. How many of them will get all the way through to dawn? How many will just lie down and try and sleep on those uncomfortable seats, lying side on, with that small matter of racing cars going past, but it is something special. And one advantage point you have, one of the great stretches of tarmac in the world, the descent to Eau Rouge, the compression and the quick buck up the hill to Rallye-on. And now in the grandstand that was built in the last few years, you're even loftier, so your view down in the cars is just brilliant.
Anytime changes are made to a classic circuit, you're going to get some hand wringing, dare I say some pearl clutching, and part of the reason that that structure was put in there was due to the reprofiling of the corner, which was done for safety reasons. But you can't fault the folks here at Spa because they do look after the history of this place. They want to preserve what makes this track special as best as they can, and then to add some modern amenities to it as well. What a great vantage point. And you know, you brought up the point earlier, there used to be a way to sit there, but it was not in the kind of comfort that's available to fans these days. Just a perfect place to watch race cars, GT3 cars at their best, at the height of their performance.
I'm just thinking they could perhaps dim the lighting in there so people could have a little bit of a snooze sort of try. But I tell you what, they need to wake up because the safety car is in this lap. And let's just run down the order. It's Max Hess at the top, the 998 Rover Racing BMW. Then Luca Engstler, the Grasser Racing Lamborghini that started down in 19th place.
Na rovinke sedím úplne vystretý s bruchom na volanče.
Ferrari challenge at the moment. Isn't it great? We're going BMW, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes in fourth place.
That's big.
The man filter car that's always slightly out of sequence. And then a McLaren, 5 different mates in the top 5 positions. No, tell you what, we've got a Porsche in 6th place, so that's Alessio Picariello. So the Rutronic, 1 and 2 Rutronic racing cars. Again, that got a little bit out of sync early on, had a bit of a delay having risen to 3rd place in the early stage of this race. So this is how GT racing should be. In the night, yeah, that's certainly an element, but with all the different manufacturers and the fact we've got so many different mates in the top 6 positions, each one is different, is down to the way they balance performance. It's an exact art. It takes a while to develop it, but you have to say that on those results at the top of the time sheet now, they have got something.
To pred nami dostal sega 30.
Some of the other class leaders, maybe we should mention as well. Harry King leading in the gold class, 8th overall. Ricardo Pera leads in the bronze class, 14th overall. We got to go down to Clark in 16th as the leader in the silver class. Got to do a little bit more digging to find the Pro-Am class leader. I think that's all the way down 39th overall. An Audi in the hands of Volkan.
Okay, we've got green, and that means that the race is led away by Max Hess, the young German racer. So many years as a BMW junior, and so many years racing with Dan Harper. And the third one of their trio, Neil Verhagen, of course, has stayed stateside now. But BMW, they have a history over the decades of supporting young drivers. They're loyal to them, and if you get under their books, they will develop you, not just in the car, but out of the car as well. And if Max Hess can pull off a big result here, this will be the big one of his career. But for the third driver in that crew, Philippe Eng, he's already got 2 victories in the Spa 24 Hours. Goes back a very long way. Was a Porsche champion, but former BMW champion way back in his single-seater days. So if he can get a third win, that puts him up with the greats here.
Yeah, puts you in lofty company. And for Dan Harper and Max Hess, they learned at the feet of Philippe Eng when they were junior drivers. Their first chance, I understand, to actually race alongside him, which is really special. And they spoke about that in the build-up to this event, a chance to share a car with one of their mentors from the early stages of their GT racing career.
Sorry, I've done my sums wrong. Of course, 2 years ago, 2023, Philippe Eng won this event with Rover Racing with Marco Wittmann and Nick Iannone. So he took a victory here in 2016, a victory here in 2018 and 2023. So that will get him up, if he gets another one, to 4. That really is putting him at the sharp end of the pile.
Yeah, no question about it. Carrera Cup Germany champion 2 times over, Super Cup champion as well. Knows his way around these racetracks in Europe and how to pilot a 10-top up towards the front. Doing a nice job though right now is his young student, I suppose, maybe moving out of the shadows a little bit here in recent years. Hessa doing a phenomenal job managing that restart. Engstler, interestingly, has cleared a little bit of that traffic and he's logged back within 2.5 seconds. The question is, how close has he gotten? How much of that traffic has he cleared?
Don't forget, if you're at the front of the pack, you've got a fabulous moment in this race. Because going through Blanchimont now, getting to take a look at bus stop, actually putting really quite a tiny lead very, very quickly over Luca Engstler. Is that 998 BMW through the bus stop? He goes out onto the start-finish straight, very short straight up to La Source, but actually it's a remarkable gap. So he's absolutely. Max Hess has put the throttle right down, waiting for the timing screen to tell out the next interval. 5.3 seconds. That is phenomenal. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I thought it looked a bit bigger than the 2 and a bit seconds he had earlier in the lap, so he's absolutely nailing it. Right, in terms of stint time, he's actually got fresher tyres than Luca Engstler, and maybe that's what's showing at the moment, but that really was absolutely nailing that restart. So Max Hesse on his way in 998, the BMW leading the race, pulling away. When's the next incident coming? Who knows?
Well, hopefully not for a long time yet, because we'd love to see another stretch of green flag running. Again, the other thing that's in Hesse's favor is the fact there were the lapped cars in between himself and Engstler, so Luke is going to have to deal with some of that. He's trying to do it right here. There's a peek in. Engstler has at least 2 cars still separating himself from the leader. Right now we ride on board. Second place overall, but losing ground to the leader as he's stuck in traffic.
Oh, every lap hurts if you've got an interruption. This is the 63 Lamborghini pushing on from Grasser, but it's 5.4 seconds down on Max Hesse. Max absolutely flying. The second of the Rover Racing BMWs in many ways, but it's the first one on track because all eyes tend to turn to the 98 BMW. Raffaele Marciello down in 11th place, but certainly it was a quiet first 6 hours or so in the race for the 998 crew, but that supreme timing of their last pit stop gave a huge advantage. Just remember, it was 23 seconds, then the safety car came out and bunched it up, so the biggest lead in the race we'd ever seen was shunted down, but since then at 5.3, 5.4 seconds, that probably is the next biggest gap we've had from first to second in this race. It's been super competitive since we got underway at 4:30, but now almost as though no one else is in the track. There is our race leader flashing out of shot. Here come the rest. Second place, Luca Engstler, but 63 Lamborghini. There it is, that's from the Grasser Racing team, and then Arthur Leclerc sticking in behind in the best of Ferrari's third place. Young Joseph Loic has got a really good run. He's just moved ahead of Matteo Caroli on that lap. So suddenly Garage 59, I think this is his second group of stints together. He's clearly learnt in the first one and he's learned to seize his moment. So learning as he goes, doing a great job.
Impressive if you get around a veteran like Cairoli, who's been a race winner for years at the top end of the GT3 ranks. Really impressive stuff there for Loic, who's only making maybe his 3rd GT start in total, being brand new to it this year. He's won the first couple of rounds in the Endurance Cup. Maybe he's got a handful of starts elsewhere that I'm not aware of, but goes to show how much promise that young man has. Back on board here, though, still stuck in traffic. Engstler's made no headway whatsoever. He's got 2 cars he needs to get through if he can. Maybe getting a little cooperation here this time. Perhaps those blue flags breaking in his favor, and Engstler at least will clear some of that traffic, but he's lost a ton of time. 6.7 seconds now, the gap to the lead.
Yeah, this is really frustrating, and James Allen is the driver in front of him, but is 2 laps down, and he's got to pick him off soon, because otherwise he's not even going to get line of sight to Max Hesse. And when you lose that, that is a huge moment, getting closer and closer to losing it all the time. Where's the move going to come? Luca Engstler, last lap, he lost 1.4 seconds to the race leader. That is not good. I don't need to state that. That's the absolute obvious. Now it looks like, yeah, he's picked off the McLaren, so he's gained one of those positions in terms of location on the track, but certainly that Max Hesse driven BMW 6.8 seconds clear now, 7.1 seconds clear. So this next car has to be put another lap down by the car in second place, the Grasser Lamborghini. Luca Engstler not even close, particularly close to it at the moment. He's got it in his sights, but what he's not having in his sights is the BMW 998 pulling ever further clear.
The car he's chasing is the 35 Aston Martin from Valkenhorst. Romain Leroux currently behind the wheel. This is a car that's pretty well placed at the moment in the silver class. Second in class, it would appear, at the time. So it's a car with some pretty good pace, all things considered, but they'll need to try and get around, if at all possible, to...
Ja mám tie tlaky úplne, že stále 26, 8, 27. Či rovinka, či zákruty. Masaker.
Yeah, slightly ebbing and flowing, but it's just super frustrating. But this is a moment Luca Engstler has to pick his moment. Doesn't want to do anything rash, you know. I'll just reiterate, they started 19th, they led the race. This is the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Now we've got, so I thought there was something hanging off the back. The car in front of the one we're looking at down the hill. Bluetronic Racing Porsche. Riding on board with that 6th overall Alessio Picariello, Belgian racer. You often think with a name like Alessio Picariello he'd be of Italian extraction, yeah, but born in Belgium. Most of his racing done in the Far East, a single-seater. He just decided it wasn't working, went over to the Far East and, you know, did the hard yards, made it work, and he then became a Porsche Works driver. And, but, you know, he is going very nicely indeed at the moment. Mattia Caroni is his next target, and it's right across his headlights. There it is, the yellow and green man filter Mercedes. Bear in mind, that had been fighting a lot of the race for the lead of this race, but one of its playmates is no longer playing. That's the Get Speed number 17 Mercedes. So everybody else, it's step up one. Step up two, we lost Mattia Drudi as well. And the number 7 Aston Martin, don't forget.
And Rolly right now trying to deal with some of this lap traffic, but also play a little bit of defense as well as Picariello starts to close in. And just behind them, drawing a beat, is Alessio Rivera, who's already up to 7th.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking, there's a graphic showing how many places been gained since the start of the race. Both the first and second place cars get this have gained 17 positions. I've talked about Engst's car going from 19th to 2nd, but Max Hesse's car has clearly gone from 18th to 1st.
And if ever there's a graphic that doesn't quite tell the whole story, it's saying that Rivera is down 3 positions. Now, strictly speaking, that's true. That's true relative to where they qualified, but in the opening hour, they were a lap down in the 60s, and they've done a tremendous job to race their way in under 12 hours back inside the top 10 and into contention. Now, that was Miguel Molina heading into the pit lane, number 71, a car that's had its issues over the course of this race. Not sure if this is on schedule or not.
Yeah, I think referring to Alessio Rivera's car having gained 3 places, like you're looking at a game of snakes and ladders. It's gained a very small ladder, but it went down a very, very big snake, that's for sure.
This is the car I was wondering about. We just got a glimpse of them coming into the pits. It did seem a little early. I think they were only 40 minutes or so into this stint. So maybe it's a sign of something wrong, or maybe this is strategic. But again, this is a car that had lost some time earlier in the going. I think there's the answer to the question. It was definitely not planned.
Okay, that was quite interesting because we saw it actually turning left once it got in the pit lane, and the tail of the car was sliding a little bit, and I thought, was that the trick of the line? But I'm not trying to be clever, but then there is the answer. A wheel rim without tyre, or a tiny bit of the sidewall still attached on the inside. Now, we often get that when cars ride over curbs a lot, and you get curbs just cutting the inner edge of the tyre. And some circuits do that far more than others, but I would think that's what's probably been the result there. But then again, under cover of darkness, you can hit a bit of debris. They try their best every time it's a safety car to get a blow on the track and clear up. But in darkness, it's harder and harder to see them, or more easier to miss something on the cleanup.
And the tire as well, more susceptible to a puncture like that when you're restarting, you know, from lower temperature, lower pressure. Those pressures build and it becomes less susceptible.
Cars running wide to the edge of the circuit. This is looking forward from Alessio Picariello. Did he make it? He's got the place. So that's the move up into 5th place overall. He seemed to have that sort of motion that he was making lots of pressure on Cairoli, but Cairoli isn't someone who makes mistakes. But it's just a question, maybe just the sheer passion to get past for Alessio Picariello. I did mention he was Belgian, didn't I? On home ground. So that gives you a little more reason to keep that attack going.
Goes to show, though, we've been talking a bit about the 48, the fact that they've been trying different strategies over the last 4 or 5 hours. And I thought maybe that was indicative that they thought pace-wise they couldn't fight at the front, so they needed to do something different. And maybe this is a sign of proof of that theory. Just on pace alone, Cairoli couldn't seem to fight there with the Porsche, which will be bitter for him because he had such a long affiliation with Porsche before a star-crossed year with Lamborghini a year ago, and now finding a home, not officially with Mercedes, but you have to believe that given some of his performances this year with Mercedes, that the factory's going to be keeping close tabs on him.
For sure. And you know, we know in motor racing, like lots of professionals in sports, you sort of gamble a little bit. You think, can I get another manufacturer deal, and then they pull out, and then you're left high and dry. Alessio Rivera now is the next one to attack Mattia Caroni. So it's the coming down the hill. Cairoli in the Mercedes is on the right-hand side of the screen, so the outside of the corner where they get to Eau Rouge, seated position. very, very easily, kindly perhaps, but actually gets a better run out of Rally. Also, suddenly having gained a position with Alessio Rivera, by the time they get up to the top of the hill, we're looking down from the top of the hill from Lecom, may well be passed back. What's going to move into 6th place coming to the corner? Will it be Rivera? There's Alessio Picariello. He's just picked off a back market there, but it's just in behind him. It was a question of Cairoli Rivera. Would Cairoli be back in front of Rivera when they got up to Lecom? So hard to tell at the moment. We'll wait for the next graphic to come up on screen because, again, pick them out from the headlights coming round. And Cairoli has got back ahead of Rivera, so he's back into 6th place. Rivera's going to have to do it all over again.
It's frustrating. It was high commitment, wasn't it, going into Eau Rouge, and stuck it in there, grabbed the spot, but it compromised him somewhat on exit, it would appear, and that's going to cost you all the way down that long Keppel Straight into Lecom, and it would appear that ultimately Cairoli was able to cross him back over and get that spot back, but the duel continues for 6th and for 7th, and if you had told me not so many hours ago that the 51 would be fighting for 6th place on equal footing strategically, I would have thought, man, that would have been a remarkable achievement, and indeed, that's where we find ourselves. That Ferrari right back in the mix.
Look, I'd have said, 10 years ago it might have been possible, but it's so much more competitive now, and yet here they are, and suddenly AF Corsa didn't look too shiny through the course of this meeting so far. Suddenly they've got one car after Leclerc in 3rd overall, and now fighting for 6th place, Alessio Rivera in the sister car. Of course, there are other cars, other Ferraris entered by AF Corsa, but these are their ultra serious ones, entered in conjunction with Francorchamps Motors, and bear in mind there is Francorchamps in the name of this circuit. We're not in Spa, we're up the hill and over the crest of the hill in the Ardennes, but we're just outside, just beneath Francorchamps village, but of course they've been conjoined for years and years.
Back marker traffic to work through for Gariello.
Yeah, just going past the Corvette from Stella Motorsport, who are bringing on all sorts of young drivers in their mix through the course of this season. Number 24.
Talked about that car a whole lot over the course of this race, but that number 24 silver class entry, Matisse Leesmont, the Belgian, Daniel Ali, Lorcan Hannafin, Olivier Hart, the driver lineup.
Yeah, well, Hart, you see, is someone who's done a lot of racing, but on historic racing scene. He has a huge amount of success with his father, David Hart. They race a host of cars across a range of championships, a lot of success at various Goodwood racing meetings at the Revival and the members meeting. They race in the Peter Auto Classic Series, and of course that's going to host some of the rounds of the GT3 Revival Series next year. Yeah, GT3, we're looking at it now, but the early ones of these are in the historic series. Get that.
Amazing how time marches on. Some of those great cars, though.
Lukáš, idem posledné kolo.
And they'll be on the support bill with SRO moving forward from time to time. It's a great way, especially for new
Naše tlaky sme brutálne dali, ja mám furt 27.0 a 26.8, tak Ne, teraz ešte jedno kolo idem.
Like we did last year with some of the historic GT1 cars here. That was my first chance to hear the Maserati, for instance, and several of the others, and it was just a monumental thing. I love to see that the history of the sport is still very much connected with the present.
And just the evolution. In my time of covering GT3 racing, BMW used to run Z4, made the most magnificent sound, and then they moved on to the M6, which looked way too large, with balanced performance right in there. And again, it's great to have that racing against the Ferraris at the time. But obviously in recent years, moved on to the M4
Tak sa choď vycikať, prepudrovať.
But to study the history, you might be a marque specialist, you might just like particular shapes of cars, but yeah, I think it's a really good occasion when we have them.
Za 8 minút jedeš.
In some of the events next year, running with other championships, other meetings, great spread of cars. Talk about suddenly if you had a couple of those tucked away in your garage, thinking, what should I do with them? Well, race them, and then it's a year or so sell them, let someone else have a go.
Interesting development here at the front of the field. Engstler has cleared the lap traffic and now is starting to reel in hand over fist the leading BMW. Look at the last 3 laps. A half a second, a full second, nearly 2/3 of a second.
2.25 seconds. 2.25 seconds, that's phenomenal. And he's just banged in his faster first sector time of anything. So Luca Engstler, who spent his father...
Hlásil som ti jeden, priklikol.
Luca spent years racing in TCR championships, but they've always had liquid moly sponsorship and they've used it to good effect this is his step-up time, and he's stepped up to GT3, more than proved he can do it. But
Got
to the wrong side of 7 seconds, now
Nadiktuješ mi?
4.5 seconds. So that 63
25 nula bolo?
simply to be cautious, found the moment to pick off not one, but 2 back markers, and now he's herring, absolutely herring off after Max Hessler. So the message would have to come for 998. There is the view, looking forward. It's a long way, 4.5 seconds, but the good thing, he has line of sight. When it was 7 seconds, he had 2 cars between him, and if he hadn't, he still, only on the longest straight, would pick out the BMW going away from him. But it's not going away, it's coming back towards him now. Down to Campus, they go, that's the first part of Campus. The next right-hander is the one that's so critical to get around. If you get a lovely exit from here, you're going through the King Straight, up towards Blanchimont, and you can carry that speed all the way up, if you dare, towards the bus stop. Then it's heavy braking, but he's a-coming. When I say he, I'm talking Luca Exler.
Let's see if he does dare to keep it flat. We're looking at the live telemetry. A little bit of a lift from Essa. Looks like Exler was pretty much put to the floor. Now slams on the brakes down into the chicane. Unbelievable commitment here. He continues his pursuit. It was 4.5 seconds. Let's check the gap this time by. It won't be 4.5 seconds anymore. We wait. 3.2 seconds. He chopped off another 1.3.
And Exler was so deep into the bus stop. I thought he was going straight on, but he had enough for him to get it to turn right. Because bear in mind, when you're turning right, it's actually really sharp at the bus stop. The right part's sharp, and then the left hand is even sharper. So you do about 100 degrees to the right, and then about 120 to the left. And if your car's going in deep and trying to get into the left-hand turn, it almost ain't going to happen. But the chase is absolutely on. Up the Kemmel Straight they come, up this gentle rise, but it's a long rise all the way up to Les Combes. And the gap, well, it's going to keep on coming down, I would think, but nobody ahead of them. That's the really good news. There is another car up halfway down towards Pouhon as they start to go down the hill towards Bruxelles. This corner, the right-hander, so easy to run right. The gravel trap just draws you and drags you over towards the barriers, but both those 2 front runners slotting through very nicely. But again, this fabulous multi-manufacturer class, GT3 racing, no wonder it's popular. BMW leading Lamborghini, Ferrari and McLaren, then a Porsche and a Mercedes. All of those after the safety car period, covered by, what are we talking, 15, 16 seconds. Now let's take a look at top speed at Pouhon, such a difficult corner. Fabian Schiller, well, bittersweet, that car, that Mercedes now out of the race, but that shows why it was always in the front end of the field until that mishap with Schiller having contact with Alberto Di Folco, about 40 minutes ago up at La Source. But 92 through Pouhon is a double left-hander, but we're judging the speed through the first part of the left-hander. That is commitment. You're turned in at that point. Don't just try and balance the car, try and carry the speed as well. So what could it be?
Yeah, no question. There was pace aplenty in that car, but it takes more than just raw speed to win one of these 24-hour races. It takes luck, it takes execution, and both escaped that car at one point or another in the last 90 minutes or so. Interesting thing about that, race vision powered by AWS as well. 5 different cars shown, 4 different manufacturers. So again, great to see a level playing field, at least in that particular measuring stick, and top speed turning in there to
right. Looking at the sharp end of the field, looking at the gaps coming up and down. God, sorry, one lap they were 1,000ths of a second apart. I want to know why the number 57, Philip Ellis-driven Winwood Racing Mercedes, has been in the pits for more than 10 minutes. That's tumbled right down the road. We saw that in the wars a while ago, spun around at La Source, but it's now moved ahead of Fabian Schiller's car. Of course, that has been removed from the track, but certainly something untoward for 57, maybe as a result of its run through the gravel just above Bruxelles a couple of hours ago.
Car's grayed out on timing and scoring, which usually would indicate that it's a retirement. I'm not sure we had the official word that that's the case, but...
Okay, you're quite right.
It could be.
Yellow from my side of the booth, but when I get the straight line of sight, it is actually white behind, so, or grey as you'd call it. So have we lost another one? We're waiting for an answer on that one at the moment. I'll keep the top on the pen of doom for the chart of doom. We don't want to lose any more cars, but you sort of feel that we probably will. But thank goodness we started with 74. But the running has been enthralling at the front, but the gap is coming down 2.1 seconds now. Luca Rensler is hunting down the race-leading BMW. Bear in mind, Max Hesse's car, the Rover, is one of the two Rover Racing BMWs, hadn't shown great pace in this race, but it worked its way by dint of getting into the top 10 and then being lucky, quite frankly. But when you have a full course yellow, if you're already in the pits, you're laughing because your pit stop elapsed time is going to be less than your rivals, or more to the point, they are running slowly around the track. No problem, R991 not serving its penalty correctly, but no further action, so clearly only a minor misdemeanor for them.
This battle for the lead might get broken off before it really truly heats up, because Hensler's now 55, nearly 56 minutes into his stint. That normally would be capped at 60 minutes, but because we did have that safety car, it will be extended by an additional 5 minutes to the maximum.
Tento stinty gumy držali úplne, že brutálne.
At the rate that Hensler's closing, he might catch Hesse before the stint expires, but he won't have too many shots at him to try and make the pass on track before he's due in for his next stop. Hesse, on the other hand, is off sequence because of when they pitted the last time, and he won't pit for another 7 additional minutes after the 63, the 50, the 59.
Overme si ešte tie tlaky. 25-2. Povedz mi, koľko boli pôvodné. 25-0 začínali? Dám ti 25-1. 25-5, 25-4, 25. Dobre? Dobre, vežme si to 10. 8 litrov mi ostáva, nedáme 108? No čo? Nula damage.
The rules makers saw that 0.4 of a second advantage in qualifying, and you can't say it was done to punish, because that's not really how BOP works, but it was more just to bring them in the window with everybody else. They are carrying additional weights. They have a couple other things handed to them overnight after qualifying
Nevidel som tam ten plot, ktorým sa oddeluje. Dobre. Jaj, Márič. Sa pohnutie ma boli.
Ale probralo mi to teda trošku, jak som sa prošiel.
Má všetko nastavené.
Sme zrovna s takým zvukом, ty vole, to pane.
Oho. Hej.
No, that's the key, but also the key right now for me is the fact that Joseph Loke is really race. He's getting absolutely brand new GT3 racing. And I did say he just needs to settle down on that first hit, which is exactly what he did. He lost a few positions, but they're back in the reckoning. Sure, we lost the number 17 Get-Speed Mercedes. Sure, we lost the number 7 Aston Martin. But even with those, he'd still be in the top 5 and gaining ground. That is important. Now he's got to see, he's getting towards the end of his stint, so it's probably not worth trying to pass after the curve. Say, don't get under his
Toto bol asi môj najkľudnejší, najrychlejší stint. Som 19, 20, 21 jazdil. Máš okolo seba voľno. Jaj, ty mal Márič. No, to si potom. Ja som sa niekedy zistil, že po 3. kole, že ho nemám. Však tá M4 má obrovské späťak, tam tú tálku, čo má. Vedľa ľudíkov. Dojem toho som kúkal skôr ako hore. A to, čo som sa tam rozbil potom, ten jedenkrát, on tu ma lutujem, ale ináč ten stým bol brutál. Jedni tam mali cirka 30 pred nami, čo bol, 8 sekúnd, tak mali by si byť 11 potom. Alebo 10, neviem. Neviem, koľka ty som išiel do
Well,
pitu.
Ferrari, if you're just joining us, just to point out it was running about 60th. The race was out of the lead lap.
Jo,
This is
11.
the number
nevím.
57, Winwood Racing, Mercedes. How many mechanics are working on that car? That, my friends, is a target total of none. Therefore, that is a retirement. Quite right, it's spotted there on the screen. Right, and so for Russell Ward, Indy Dolce and Philip Ellis, they can go.
Já se vždycky vyhýbám tady těm nočním, vole, psychánkům.
Ja, že si sám chcel, že počasíš noci.
Jo, protože ty vás celý den
Probing, but there's going to be a flurry of cars coming to pit.
Jo, jak jsem to líznul.
Should be the first one in. Gone past the hour, you go, oh no, the alarm bell's going off, you should be in, but because it's been a full course, yellow during
Máš 20 sekúnd pred sebou a 27 za sebou. Si môžeš pijarkoviť svoje.
Very soon indeed, but just not yet.
Dobre, idem. Fakt. Nevládzem.
Jo.
Bože, tak dobre dojazdíš,
Že přijde.
Čo dáš to ešte? Stintík v kabine, čo a... Tak,
Čo za dobrou.
There haven't been many days, as I say, that have gone awry in the way this one has, and I suppose that's some small salve on the wound.
Yeah, you've certain things. So now I've just noticed we haven't had large leads in any of the classes. We're just looking down the chart. So 18th position, or why 18? Because that's where the silver class leader is. That's Chris Clark, 992 Paradigm Competition. BMW, best part of 1.5 minutes over Roman Rui, the number 35 Aston Martin. So there's one that's come up. Actually a fairly similar, no, the Aston Martin will be in sooner by about 10 minutes to Chris Clark. That probably plans coming this time around, but there, that's something that could be quite a nice thing to behold and see how that unravels, but certainly for Paradigm Competition. Bear in mind the sister car has had its problems. 991 came in after contact, front right wheel was missing, no, front left, wasn't it? Half was gone as well, so for them, massive delays. But right now, we carry on through the night. We're getting closer to the day. We've just got past 20 past 3 in the morning. We start craning our heads. Look out of our commentary box in an hour and a half time. See light starting to come back into the sky. Not yet at the halfway point of the race. We've only got 11 hours under our belt, but 24 is the time. Here we are at this point in the race. 1.3 seconds the gap between first and second, but the chasing 63 excellent driven Ferrari is going to have to blink first.
It is, but it's actually even closer than that now. Exler just did the overall best sector one of the entire race on this lap, and he clawed him away another 0.4 of a second there. He was a tenth of a second better in the middle sector, so he'll have just about arrived on the rear wing of the BMW when it comes time to pit, and it will be time to pit, I suspect, this time by, if not this time, then the next time. Now 0.7 of a second, that's all that separates the top two overall.
A short while ago you were talking about who's leading the prime class. It's 40th position overall, and Ross Gunn is the driver at the wheel of the Beachley Motorsport Aston Martin. He says, most notably with Andrew Howard, the man of Beachley, the ice cream company, the dairy company, and just looking for their margin of over half a minute, 34 seconds over Duffier in the number 29 Porsche. Again, suddenly there's been a bit of ebb and flow across the classes, but right at the front there's not much ebb and flow. There is flow, not ebb. It's got down to 0.8 of a second between first and second, but pit stops are coming up probably this time around for Luca X. In fact, if you need to go later, there should be no problem being in it at all.
This lap, no question about that. The second place car, Luca Exler, has been on a charge. What a stint this has been. Yeah, it's a great time out in front, but I think it does go to show, at least in these conditions, at least in this stage of the race, the BMW on pace alone maybe doesn't quite have what it takes to contend. Break to the top 10, I think all week long, is the best
largely it was one roll of the dice that just really worked for them. But it's quite odd that the cars with the first and second have both gained 17 places in their starting positions. Starting 18th in the case of the 998 BMW and 19th for the chasing 63 Lamborghini. It should be coming in, is coming in. So with again trying to work out the discrepancy. We've talked about the clock still running as it comes in, but even when it crossed the line coming into the pit lane, also there was more than 1 hour and 5 minutes. It was about 1 hour, 5 minutes and 30 seconds or so. But anyhow, we're not being pinged for it, so clearly we're not quite reading the situation properly. But what we can tell you, if there's a full course yellow during the stint, you get an extra 5 minutes if you're allowed in the stint. That much we do know for sure.
Which they did take advantage of to run that extra lap. And Angsler, job well done, climbs out of the car. The question is, which of his very accomplished co-drivers will be jumping in the car that might be the fastest car on the racetrack at the moment. Really great work by team and driver alike. Driver change currently underway. All the tires to go on as well. It's a bit of a hang-up. You would normally see that driver change done a bit quicker, but no real panic there. Everyone waiting on the fuel anyway, so they had some time to play with.
Yeah, it's a really good thing. You've got a certain amount of time you have to spend as a minimum at a standstill from a safety point of view, getting your drivers strapped in, not sending them out because you have to rush it with the belt not quite in. It just really works.
Yeah, and it's a good change too. I think if you go back several decades, you can get drivers telling stories about doing their seatbelts up while they're out on track, maybe not even on their first lap on track, but once they have a moment to do it, and look, that just is not safe. It's a different era, it's a different time. Quite frankly, safety should have mattered more back then, more like it does now, but a lot of these rules are in place for that reason, not to be rushed, especially in a Pro-Am format like this, where you've got drivers that can't spend every waking hour thinking about and practicing the nuances of a driver change. They're parachuting in for fun on a race weekend, and they need to be looked after as well. So credit to all the rules makers globally that have been looking after the teams and drivers, and to some degree saving them from themselves, because they all look for an edge anywhere they can find it, sometimes to their own detriment, and that's where the rules makers need to step in, and they have.
Right, some key names looking to get on board, and one of them is Philip Heng looking to take over the 998 BMW. Max Hess will probably bring that in this time around. Well, he could actually go for another few minutes yet, but no, he comes in this time, so I wonder if Philip Heng is ready. And just previous shot, we saw Mara Engel quite hard like anybody else, but then he spotted the camera picking him up on the screen as he was looking at the screen, a little wry smile on his face. Of course, he'll be getting in at some point to take over from Matteo Pirelli. Pirelli just got up to 4th place, because obviously we've got the Lamborghini 63 in the pits, and Mirko Bortolotti is the next driver to get on board. He's taken over from Luca Angster. Philip Heng gets in, and Max Hess gets out of the 998 BMW. This is one that just worked in pit stop, or had the fortune, of course, yellow being thrown, and it put them suddenly right to the sharp end. Does have the ultimate pace, looks so it did when it was pulling away on the restart, but that was simply because Luca Angster was caught behind a couple of other cars. They were quite quick undercars, but he needed to get past them. He'd already lapped them once, and eventually got through.
I think we'll get the full measure of this car on this stint. That's not to downplay Max Hesse or Dan Harper, but when you put Philip Heng in the car, it's a known commodity, so much experience. He's a BMW man through and through, and whatever pace he can get through this car, knowing it's in the fight for the lead, I think that will tell us, do they have something, a real weapon, that they can battle with in the final hours? If he can hang with these guys, if he can run with Angsler at the front or keep him behind, well, I guess it's not Angsler anymore, is it? But whatever the case may be now.
Yeah, it's Bortolotti
got in.
Who's going to go no slower than Angsler. You can be sure of that. I mean, Bortolotti's been just the last decade been just such a major star in Lamborghini, but certainly as a team they've gone slower, but they really quite quickly got to the tail of the top 10 and the tail of the top 6. Suddenly, they got to lead the race, but they did have that slow pit stop. Remember, they lost about 14 seconds. Easy with so much happening, the cars being eliminated for the race. Just forget these little techniques.
Was that car, or was that the 163 that had?
I beg your pardon, that was the 163 from Pereira driving out. There we go. At this stage in the race, one can get confused.
Well, that's what we're here for. It is a team, and you keep me honest. I'll do my best to do the same when the opportunity arises.
4 cars starting this race. So many stories would have passed us by. We'd be looking at 1 point in the field. Still cars diving into the pit lane. Car 51 looks like it's about to go up another position. Who went from in front of him? Was it Kylo diving in? It was the McLaren with Joseph Lowe diving in, and Cariello has gone as well. Retronic Porsche car number 96. So still some of those front runners could do another few laps before they come in, including Kylo. Remember, he got out of sequence. And Alessio Rivera giving chase with that 48 Mercedes in that number 51 Ferrari. Here is the Retronic Porsche that Alessio Cariello brought in, so he's staying aboard that one. Pit lane looks remarkably empty at certain points in the race when everyone dives at the same time. It is absolutely manic. But of course we've got the 2 pit lanes here, which helps a little bit. But at this stage, the last thing you want is someone just pulling to get out of the area right in front of you. So frustrating, happens time and time again. But for the Porsche Centrum 4-time sponsored car there, the lollipop is still down. Car 96 at a standstill. But I expect that to go back into the top 6. It's one of those cars that's actually been in or around the top 10 all race.
Just saw a moment ago the mechanic with the lollipop actually, the flashlight or a torch as you would call it, taking a look at the brakes on the front of the car, and that got me thinking we're approaching the window in which teams can do their technical pit stop. It's required. It's a 5-minute stop. The idea is to give teams the same playing field to work with and make it a non-competitive stop here to change brakes. And it has to happen within a prescribed window. And I'm just looking around for the note that David had made, which had that window. Maybe that's it right there, actually. Good spot there.
Technical pit stop after 11 hours.
Okay, where are we now? I don't know, I missed it. I guess we're past
We
that,
have,
aren't we?
yeah, we are. It's just opened at 3.5
There you go.
4 minutes ago now.
So, typically you're going to see teams try and do this under full course yellow if they can, because again, it's the same story that we've been talking about before. If the rest of the field is running at a static speed and it's a lower speed, then, you know, even though 5 minutes is 5 minutes, the difference is what is the competition doing speed-wise out on track. So you probably won't see anyone do it just yet. But that said, if the mechanics saw something they didn't like on those brake pads then, or motors, then they could elect to call an audible, push the car in the garage. They're in that window now, and then those teams could start doing that technical stuff.
Yeah, but they don't need it at 11 hours left. Sorry, 13 hours left, but 11 hours past, but any time after that. So they've got to gauge when the next full course yellow will be coming. I mean, it's an impossible thing to charge. Fantastic job. Running wide over the curves on the corner where everybody seems to go for the curves. There's this huge gravel trap to follow, but sparks flying in the night. Well, it still works for me. But yeah, you wait and you gauge. If there's a full course yellow that's coming about the time of your pit stop, you might as well do your technical stop. Manfields are coming in. Well, they do it because they like to do things differently. In comes car number 48, or they've flipped the... They go to Lucas Hour, but it's Lucas about to get in. There he is with his nickname, Loogie, on the side of his helmet. Out gets Mattia early. Again, when you have these driver changes, Loogie's the shorter of the two. We saw him in an earlier stint adjusting the rear view mirror just to see what the heck was going on.
Something of a qualifying ace, and part of that is due to his diminutive stature, because the minimum weight in a lot of series does not factor in driver weight, and so as a consequence there is a small but appreciable advantage to having your most slight, let's say, driver do the qualifying for you, and often it is Lucas Hour in his lineups that is tapped to do it for that very reason.
Yeah, but so the funny thing, it was a time when the Formula 1 cars were getting smaller and smaller. His uncle was Gerhard Berger, still is Gerhard Berger, who had the other problems, too tall to fit in, and I remember in that period, any Chiba used to get cramped in the car, there wasn't enough space, because he likewise was north of 6 feet. So there we are, attacked from different angles, but thank goodness they did start to stimulate some safety in the cockpit to drive. You've got to give them a bit of comfort, but of course a lot of the designers would like the driver to be as small because they keep out the airflow.
I think about the late and much missed Justin Wilson, who was on the taller side of the equation and probably would have had a lengthier Formula 1 stint had that not been the case. And the stories that he has to do just to cram his about 6'3", 6'4" frame into a relatively modern Formula One car. Some of the corners that were cut maybe wouldn't pass muster here in 2025, and that's what needed to be done in order to get in the car. Ultimately, it was maybe too much to overcome for the team, and he ended up pursuing a racing career in the States, and was a multi-time race winner in the car before his untimely passing. Really unfortunate accident in Pocono several years ago.
Very sad. Lovely, lovely guy. Very, very quick. Deserved better. Right, we have had an answer from Mercedes about the number 57, Carl Wines, retired. Was turned around and hit several times, and we saw a couple of those for sure. And for safety, with various bits of damage, for safety reasons, the team decided to keep the car in the garage. So, I stand, out comes the marker pen. And, we knew that one was coming, but well done for picking it up on the screen. So, just, I suppose we put it down for accident damage, but, I must say we saw two incidents, or we saw two incidents, there may be more. Blameless party of both of those, so really unfortunate. One was contact that was spun around by the Team RGN McLaren, then it didn't seem very long after they'd recovered from that moment, and that saw suddenly funneled out of the circuit. Now, new CrowdStrike fastest lap is the Grasser Lamborghini. Now Mirko Bortolotti gets in, gets on, and is really flying it down. 2 minutes 17.562, followed up by a nearly identical lap the next time around. So Mirko, he does know how to pedal a Lamborghini very quickly indeed. Where is he on the track at the moment? Down in 9th place, but he's hunting down Felipe. They're effectively first and second. Everybody else in front of them will, as the next stop, coming in very, very soon indeed, including Alessio Rivera. Number 51 in the lead of the race. Yes. From 60, let's call it 61st to first.
That sounds about right. Wherever it was way, way down the order. It was down a lap.
It was down a lap, and at that stage we had 50, 60 drivers on the lead lap. Early days.
It's taken less than half the race, less than 12 hours, really about 10 hours, to get into a position where, albeit on the pit stop shuffles, it leads this race once again. Remarkable.
Yeah, we're not yet halfway. Can they go higher than first? Quite tricky.
That'd be quite a trick.
It really would. It would baffle all the timing screens to those of us watching. But you also just have to think, we're watching it live at the circuit. We can look out of our windows, over the start fixed straight. The grandstand that is nearly empty. No disrespect there. We are looking, it's very close to 20 to 4 in the morning. But people are watching all around the world. It's always interesting if you've got something like a Twitter feed open, formerly known as X, or the other way around. And people all over the world are thinking, shouldn't you be sort of asleep at this point? I've often had people say, I've got my university finals tomorrow, or final exams at school. You think, you really should be asleep tonight. But people follow it, they love it.
I confess to...
Don't confess, people will find out.
Monitoring a race or two while maybe taking a university exam several years back in my academic career, such as it was. Turned out to be a good professional investment in time, yeah.
Yeah, my parents eventually forgave me. Well, sunglasses on, not to keep the sun out, it's to keep the lights on. I didn't say can you dim the lights in the stands, for the sleeping people. Right. Let's go for a lap with Bortolotti. Just set the fastest lap. Look, this. early in the morning, but back at 4:30 in the afternoon, Saturday in the Ardennes in Belgium. Two of last year's winning team brought the winning trophy. They wanted to win it again this year. That was the Aston Martin 7 crew, but from the start of the race, it was the number 59, Garage 59, McLaren, Martin Kirchhofer, leading a pack field of 74 starters down the hill, up through Eau Rouge, Radion, and beyond. And very shortly, with so many cars on the track, inevitably there would be spinners. Beretta facing the wrong way, 1, 2, 3, and suddenly Alex Au, and Au it was indeed, clattering into the front of it. He was unsighted through the bus stop, and then the biggest crash of the race. Josh Mason limping back with a slow McLaren, and unfortunately unsighted as well was Lauren Heinrich. Driver okay, clambered out of his car, but both of those removed. And the second problem for Antares out, shuttled wide by George Curtin. So then Custodio Toledo reshaped his Ferrari number 70 at the top of the hill against the 270 Aston Martin. Neither of those went a great deal further and were eliminated from the race. It was close, it was tight, and there was contact, and there was a 991 BMW from Paradigm being spun around. Valentino Rossi waiting for his turn. And the treble 3 Lamborghini clouting the side of number 30 Team WRT BMW. They continued on their way, but unfortunately for the number 11 Aston Martin, for Fred Jousset, he did not, and Tim Santer, I'm afraid, would have to hold his hand up to that. And day turned to evening, turned to light, and it was fantastic light around the circuit. But as cars retired, including the number 9 Boots and BDS Mercedes, the fireworks weren't in celebration, perhaps they were in commiseration. Then under full darkness, you had periods of full course yellow. People would scramble to the pits if they possibly could. Had to be metronomic, and some crews, of course, would get it slightly wrong and pick up penalties for not getting their pit stops right. But other penalties came, including for the team RGN, McLaren for spinning the 57. Winwood Racing, Mercedes around, and that was another moment for the same car. And recently, that has just been retired from the race with too much damage to continue. It was no longer safe. And a little bit of contact, the number 48 Mercedes getting side by side. And then a very slow run through the pits, about a dozen seconds lost for the 163 Lamborghini to beat at the front end of the field. The number 7 Aston Martin out of the race, the 991 BMW delayed by contact that lost it a front wheel. And then we kept on pressing on, and suddenly a slow-moving Audi that had had contact with Fabian Schiller's number 17 Mercedes that had been right at the front end of the field. Both of those now eliminated by dint of a full course yellow being thrown when the 998 Mercedes, BMW was in the pits. It suddenly vaulted to the top of the order, and that has suddenly had Philip Eng back on board. There will be chops and changes in this order, but it's still going on with deep into the night at Spa. So much to happen, so much to digest, but so much more to come. We're not yet at the halfway point in this race. 42 more minutes if we will get there, and that will bring us through to 4:30 in the morning. We've just seen on the highlights package what happened at 4:30 in the afternoon. It does seem a very long time ago. Of course, there have been so many incidents either side of all the things we've seen happening, but just before the highlights, we got to ride for a lap in the dark with the driver who's fastest on track at the moment, and that's Mirko Bortolotti, the 63 Grassa Lamborghini.
Picking up right where his young teammate Luca Engsler left off, and heading off now in pursuit of Philip Eng, who has just gotten back to the lead of the race. Arjun Maini had led, but relinquished that lead now by coming in, making his pit stop. That Ford just slightly on a different sequence than the rest of the front runners, allowed them to cycle through to the lead, but now comes to the pits. The gap 1.3 seconds. Bortolotti has been the quicker of the two, comparing him with Philip Eng over the course of the early junction of this stint at least. But isn't making a ton of headway, has had some traffic to clear. That's now gone, and now we can really watch this battle as it develops. In the other classes though, Bruce, while you were giving those highlights, superbly with aplomb I might add, one of the front runners in the silver class, in fact the erstwhile leader, the 992 Paradigm Competition BMW, had a 4-minute and 17-second pit stop. Now that's too short to be a technical pit stop, so that seems to be something gone awry. We'll have to get to the bottom of that, but that's the car to remember. They had like a minute and a half nearly lead in the class. That's now dropped down its order. We're now all the way down to 6th in the silver class, and that's put LaRue, number 35, Aston Martin, to the lead in silver, with Cesar Gazzo chasing, not too terribly far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the point in the race. I expected when I saw him out the corner of my eye tumbling down the order, I thought exactly they've served that technical pit stop, but with a poor 4-minute pit stop, that ain't the case.
Well, something to investigate, if at all possible, because again, that's a car that appeared to have a pretty iron grip over the silver class, but I think we talked about it at the time. Anything can happen, and it can happen very suddenly, so whatever has struck them. I suppose the good news is the car has returned to the track, and it's still Charles Clark behind the wheel, and it appears to be running decent lap times, so whatever the issue was, it might have been dealt with, but not before they lost significant track position, 5 positions in class.
Just looking for other stories. Again, you sometimes get a car that's had all sorts of problems, but then suddenly it just is running properly. Now, let's have a quick talk about the Gold Cup class. It's still the number 33 Aston Martin, Verstappen.com, but Chris Lundgren is being hunted down by Dean McDonald, 1.3 seconds in arrears. In this class for a long time it's been Aston Martin, McLaren. It's the same situation, third car in class, albeit nearly another half minute down is Jim Clark racing the remaining 111, the remaining CSA McLaren. If you wonder where the other one went, it was 112, and unfortunately that was destroyed. It was limping back. It was on the racing line at Blanchimont when the fast front runners came through at much greater pace, and unfortunately for Lauren Heinrich, really appealed for him. And how the chasing cars didn't all get involved in. We had some running wide around the outside of Blanchimont. It was one of the most fearsome corners, a really fast left-hander. And 2 cars out of the race, 2 drivers out of their cars, but it was one of those moments that just had you wincing. And it was seeing how far all the debris went once the contact had been made. The cars got to the side of the circuit, but some of the cars chasing got a face full of that debris, including that number 9 Boots and VDS Mercedes that later was retired. We didn't know where the damage had come from, but it was a face full of debris for them. So other problems took them out of the race, but it was one of those things, but a scary moment in the race.
It was. It immediately conjured up memories of Memo Gidley's big crash at the 24 Hours of Daytona over a decade ago at this point. It was slightly different because here the car wasn't stationary, although that he ran into, although it might as well have been given the speed delta between the two. But it goes to show just how strong these cars are these days that I actually saw Lauren Heinrich walking around in the paddock hours, many hours after, but still remarkable to see. And Josh Mason, who was in the other car, was conscious and alert, taken for further evaluation. I think that's the last that we heard of the subject, but early indications seem to be positive for the algorithm.
Yeah, in all these instances, you just might as well go the whole yard to check everyone's okay.
Right.
You know, when your bell gets rung, it takes days sometimes for the bruising even to come to the surface, but you know, they're big happenings with anyone. Unfortunate, but this race is super tight. And what are we looking at now? 6 tenths per second between first and second, between Philippe in number 998 BMW being hunted down by Mirko Bortolotti. But let's go down, and here the crowd strike by SPS Mercedes, and the driver from that is Ian James, and Jenna Scott has caught up to find out what is going on with his car.
Ian, sorry to disturb your rest, but I just wanted to catch up. You had a bit of an eventful first couple of hours of the race with a bit of contact, some repairs to the car. The car seems to be running very well.
Yeah, well, first of all, my 20th anniversary was yesterday, so hi to Kim at home. Yeah, it's running really well. George had to Kim at home. Yeah, it's running really well. George had a slight little bit of contact, and then we got a penalty for that.
Guys, I'm back.
Super. 31 minút mám ešte snuté.
Paráda. Ako sa ti ide?
Teďka super.
Paráda.
Jsem trošku tady byl teď zalomený, když Mišo jel. Pak se prošel a teď jsem jako celkem čerstvý.
Nice, nice. Boha, už si zaslúžite ísť si oddychnúť. Potom treba ti nejako tlaky nadiktovať?
No, takové, jaké chceš.
Aké máš teraz ty? Dobre ti nadiktoval, Mišo?
Jo.
Akú máme teplotu? Počkaj, zriem to. 26, 28. Sú posledné, že 25, 25, 4, 24, 5, 24, 9, ale keďže sa asi ide ochladzovať, potom ti nadiktujem na rovinke.
Jo.
Nejdeme to teraz hrotiť. Toto je tvoje posledné kolo, či ešte máš?
Ešte mám.
OK, tak ešte zbehnem na záchod.
Jo.
Fajne, 10. sme.
Jo. Tlaky?
Tak 25.1. 25.5.
25, 24.6, 25.
Presne. Ešte ideš jedno kolo, nie?
Jo.
OK.
Byl dobře rozstřelen.
No. Ten bol do kryva celý.
Dvě kola mi ještě vyjdou.
Nice. Tak driap.
pace, I mean the lack of pace, and that's almost a drive past the pits and a quick stop to have a look.
Teďka nám strašně pomáhají ti okolí.
Hej, niektorí sú riadne v strese.
Že co?
Že niektorí sú riadne v strese, keď si za nimi.
The other front-running Lamborghini with Mirko Bortolotti at the
To jo,
controls now
ale
for 37
ten
minutes and 50
Danilov,
seconds.
tak ten je o dost rychlejší a vždycky kvůli trafiku prostě ztratí na mě.
Car overall for that matter with Arthur Leclerc. 1 second advantage over Loke, who has just a half-second advantage over Rivera. So everywhere you look inside the top
Že ve
five,
finále,
there's a
že to
battle
sedneš
to
ty,
be viewed.
tak bys ho měl mít pořád za sebou.
Green flag for quite some while. That means the field is spread
Budeš
all
možná
around the
rychlejší než
circuit.
on.
It also means the front running cars
Uvidíme, aký
start to
bude
pick off
mať,
back-parking cars
aké bude
all
mať
over
tempo.
again, and it's how they work the traffic, and again,
Kokos, to ešte 10 hodín do konca, to je extrém.
holding down fourth place at the moment. The
Ještě se
pressure
může
from
stát cokoliv.
Rivera
No veď
is
práve.
intense. But in turn, they're not that far behind Arthur Leclerc, so it's a three-car train, third, fourth and fifth. They are about 10 seconds off that lead battle, which again is under a second. It's 6/10 of a second between Philippe Eng leading in the 998 Rover Racing BMW and the chasing, harrying number 63 Lamborghini from the Grassa Racing team, returning perhaps to their great days when Mirko Bortolotti was very much their man, adding titles for fun. That's what he used to do, for fun. And back in those days when you used to have always remember when I'd be commentating with John Watson, we get on board camera, we named him the driver who never blinked.
Yes.
It's extraordinary. I asked Joe Osborne, I said, do you know if you blinked? He said, well, I never looked at myself when I was driving, but you know, I said, yeah, not when you were driving, but later when you were looking high back. I don't know. But it's funny how drivers actually discover mannerisms they didn't know they had. Well, we all have our focus face, don't we?
I suppose so. This is mine.
Okay, number 163.
Slam of the door.
Yeah, but it's smoking away. Now, is that the brakes? The brakes gone, but no driver proffered to take it over. I'm afraid that could be the slamming of the door on their race. They're still refueling. You go about the process. With the dolly jacks, well, they found some dolly jacks to bring up, but this is not a team that looks so it's hurrying to get that car. You'd expect that already to have been in the dolly jacks and swung in, but I'm afraid I think they reckon this is, well, they could be coming in for the technical stop, but I wouldn't suggest they'd have done those slow laps before.
No, I think you're right. This is beyond what...
Okay, right, they're doing a technical stop now because they had the wheels off and they had already the new
Inak menili sme už brzdy.
the boxes with the kit, the new calipers waiting to be put on. But I know you don't have to rush it when you've come in, but
Asi
when
ani
you've
netreba,
been
nie,
spotted,
zatiaľ.
what was the lap time for them on the way in? Again, it was a lap that was about 15 seconds off the pace. That's huge at this level.
Okay, so here's the theory for you. We saw them go
Třeba
ahead
ani
and put
nebudeme
some fuel in
No,
just
no.
because. Maybe now they're doing the technical stop just because, and then they'll turn their attention to whatever the ultimate root of the problem might be, or perhaps maybe the issue is braking related. Maybe the reason you would hope that they would have things on standby ready to go, but again, what thought would be maybe they kept them out just to make sure they had the equipment ready to do the stop. But look, admittedly, I'm grasping at straws here, trying to make sense of the nonsensical.
Absolutely, but Frank Pereira looked livid when he got out of the car.
Stíhaš, nie?
Walking away, it was almost like you could imagine he keep his helmet on.
Ešte v pohode dáš jedno kolo?
Jo.
Dobre.
Okay. Well, so great to see it in their garage. And again, this shows the emphasis on the modern garages in the F1 pit lane. Look, there's space for the crews. Right, let's take a look at the Bronze Cup, and Ricardo Pera leads the number 80 Lion Speed team. So he's gained just a mere 31 places in the race so far. Axel Jeffries giving chase in class as well. He's gained plenty of space in places for them. 91 gained just a mere 41 positions. Of course, in a field of 74 cars, you can make giant gains, but in the bronze class, going very nicely. The Lion Speed car, the Porsche, in 13th place overall. Axel Jeffries also in a Porsche in 16th place. Dennis Marshall's been setting some very quick lap times. He's third in class in the number 74 Ferrari, entered by Kessel Racing. So one of the many pale blue and white cars in this race.
Shortage of them is on our toes, although can't really tell the difference. They all look about the same in this light.
Well, this light means that actually you pick out, so when looking at the class leader, it's number 80 in 13th place overall. It's got the pink lights around its windows. Those really were
a revelation about 10 years ago when they started putting coloured strips on, because before, yeah, you've got very slightly different headlight. Yes, great in the night. I'm really pleased you got red side mirrors, but we can't see those. But certainly, when you have the window strips, they really do help cars stand out. It helps the camera crews, it helps the pit crews in particular when they come in. Some pit lanes darker than others, not too bad here. The Formula 1 pit lane up the top, really quite nice and bright, not as bright in the endurance racing pit lane, but even when you've got all the cars, if they do come in on the same lap, you've got to be absolutely ready for where they are. Right, back in the world of 163, the VSR, Vincenzo Sospiri team, they've got all those brake changes done. Have they got a driver on board?
Yeah,
so someone is pumping the brakes at the moment. The lights are flashing on and off. So just having a little look-see how far down the order. Still listed as from Pereira, but if it's a new driver on board, by the time they exit the pits, they hopefully should have changed the driver ID board. But now what else is going on? This is possibly the bigger question. Problems at the front. It's still steaming away very slightly at the front end of the car. I think you're right. I think they did the brake change just because they had to get it out of the way.
Well,
because if the car's going to go back in the race, it needs it done anyhow.
Exactly. They knew they were going to have to do a pit stop of at least 5 minutes to begin with. So you might as well do what you need to do so you don't have to do an additional one later. And now they can try and address whatever the main issue is. And I think the clue that it should have tipped me off that it was more than, you know, something as simple as maybe a small brake issue or something like that that led to this, the fact that Frank got out of the car. Because a normal technical stop, you don't see the driver hop out generally. They typically stay behind the wheel, but that was not the case there, and so indications are this will be a lengthy stay in the garage.
Yeah, I think while those the brake changes were being affected in this long technical stop, it gave another mechanic a chance, or maybe two, to give it assess what was happening at the front end of the car. It does look as though the front left corner is having some particular problem.
And they've already been in the pits now for nearly 6 minutes. So this is no mere technical stop, no mere brake change. There is something great or amiss, as quite frankly we speculated. Boy, that is heartbreaking for that team, which had run up towards the front and not even to the halfway mark. And any chance at victory likely has slipped away.
Right, Gemma Scott's just telling us, for the moment, nobody talking to me about 163.
Frank
did not look happy at all when he got out.
Viděl jsem to, skoro jsem se
Had his
postal.
head in his hands. I think we did on his behalf as well, but we have to carry on commentating. But they have plunged. They'll be off our top page of the timing screens, and it's just so extraordinary a race. You're running well. Suddenly, we had that problem, and a little message came on the screen. What's happening with 163? We saw suddenly, instead of doing a 2-minute 18, 2-minute 19 second lap, 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 33. And that was where they really dropped down the order. But now, technical stop out of the way, tick. Driving back in the race, not tick, I'm afraid.
There's really no parallel to it in other sports, is there? You can't be cruising along through a tennis match and have your racket break and go from having a multiple set lead to out of the match, right? But in motorsport, you can do everything right and still not win.
But with a mechanical problem, you can generally identify. The worst thing is if you've got an electrical problem,
right?
Where in the system is it? But where in the pit lane is a 163 Lamborghini? The important news, back in the pit lane, air jacks released, car back on the deck. So one of the first crews to do that technical pit stop. However, it was pit stop plus, and we'll have to even find the car on the timing screen. It's moved all the way down to 41st position, and the pit stop 7 is going to be probably 8 minutes by the time it's got down the second pit lane and rejoined the track. And we expected those. They had to be a minimum of 5 minutes from pit in to pit out, but at least they're within 3 minutes of that. They've lost a lap.
And when you consider that if things go according to the team's plans, that most of the front-running teams should be able to do a technical stop under a full course yellow, this lengthy stop here above and beyond the 5 minutes plus under green flag conditions, I would go as far as to say,
2 laps.
Yeah, that dooms them of any hope at a victory overall here tonight.
Okay, what have we got at the moment? We've got a fantastic battle. There is a Lamborghini in, but it's the one from the Grasser Racing team, and it's chasing. It's under a second down, under 0.4 of a second down on Felipe. Super close, and it's Mirko Bortolotti on the charge. Let's take a look look at the top speed, it's still Fabian Schiller who has bragging rights.
Čím méně mi ujede, tím méně ho budeš muset dohánět.
Suddenly you've got Nobuteru Taniguchi, the good smile racing Mercedes driver, has now closed. He's got to just 1 kilometre down to 181. So there've been some scrapes and problems for the good smile racing team, but that will give them a proper beaming face, won't it?
And that's something to have a good smile about, right? Good for them on what's been a frustrating race up to this point. Chance to listen in to some team radio here, eavesdrop in on what the team tells Philippe. Let's listen.
Hey mate, you're doing very good. I'm also good. 7 laps to go. Hey Yannick, all good.
Well, that was the voice of Philippe. Cool, calm and collected under a lot of pressure. There he is, 0.368 of a second clearance, ebbing and flowing by at about half a second here, half a second there, but under half a second each, and cars now need to dive into the pits, but 7 minutes more. That was the message to Philippe. And Mirko Bortolotti will be chipping away. He's been close, but he hasn't been able to make a move as yet. I think it's going to come if there's traffic up ahead. They've got the number 71 Ferrari just rounding La Source ahead of them. Maybe that will give course. That's the AF Corsa entry. That's the one with the pale blue nose. And the two Perez compacts on board. Not at the same time, obviously.
Well, let's rewind the clock.
Super. Dobre si ho tam udržal.
Už to je jasné tady.
Sa rovno daj za něho.
Ten rozestup bude minimální. Kdyby opustil už někde na vrchu, tak mi ujede o 5 vteřin.
Pecka. Krásně si to ubránil.
To by ti Míšo mohl vyprávět, ty vole, jak jsem ho bránil. Já doufám, že jsi to ubrzdil teď, ale... To fakt se ty vole modlím, že jsem to teď ubrzdil. Ty vole, a ty budeš mít jenom 106 litrů. To jsem si nevšiml, ty vole.
A to tako dám. Pôjdem skore, alebo čo. Potom mi iba povedz.
Ja.
Ignition je zapnutý.
Chceš nastartovat?
Ja si naštartujem.
Ignition je. OK. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. A teď doufám, že jsem dobrzdil do těch pitů. Yes, ty vole, tak to bylo tak.
Good job.
Se jdu pojat na replay, ty vole. ty vole, tak to bylo ochu.
Yellow flag ahead, watch out. Slow car ahead.
On tě ještě nepustil.
Ale vieš čo, dobre ide. Zatiaľ ma nezdržal.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ten 10 je náš cíl, toho bys měl stahovat. To je ten, který mě přidal na té rovince před boxema.
Jaska. Jesus Christ. Kámo, to auto zrazu skočilo do môjho auta na chvíľku.
Jaj.
Nejaký glitch.
Každopádně toho 11. stahuji. A 10 je v boxech.
Tlak inak super. Fakt, že úplne dokonalé.
Ne, počkej, to byl 9. 9 je v boxech teďka. Jedenáctý v boxech. Devátý před tebou, máš si studu na gumy určitě, že ještě tak 5 vteřin dojedeš si myslím. Který mi předjížděl, máš zhruba 62 vteřin. Což je tak nějak víc to.
Vodu som si nezobral za sebou, tak kávu.
Jdu zastav. nastavit. I 2 vteřiny už si stával na toho Lexuse. Nic nevadí, že už je tu nechám?
Nie, pohodka. Kľudne môžeš ísť spinkať. Zaslúžiš si.
No, za hoďku a půl tady bude Mišo. Pohodě. Vychází hezky, že přijde a může jet. Tak zatím.
Zatiaľ, dobrú noc.
Slow car ahead. Car on the left. Slow car ahead. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind. Watch out. Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap. be careful. Car on the right. Clear on the right. There's a slow car up ahead. Slow car ahead. Right.
Ja neviem, aké tlaky tam boli, shit. všetci sú offline. Zo mňa riadne tečie.
paint. This has been your muscle best. On the right.
Hello.
Clear on the right.
Hello. Kto to je?
Míšo. Ideš ešte jeden, či...
Ranné vtáča.
Už som došiel čeknúť, že či... Lebo vidím, že ty sám. Že jak si na tom?
V pohodičke, celkom si pušujem vlastný svetík. Pred chvíľkou Lukáš odišiel. Idem prvý stint. Som plánoval, že pôjdem double.
OK. Tak si dám nejaké jedlo a dojdem na ten druhý stint potom, keď budeš končiť, dobre?
Mám teraz 19 minút do konca.
Aha.
Fú, no, Lukáš mi zabudol dotankovať, tak začal som iba so 104 litrami. Tak som zvedavý, ako to teraz inak ide výjsť. Ale hádam, by to malo ešte výjsť na jedno kolo. No, hej, to vyjde.
to vyjde, no.
Čo, vyspal si sa aspoň kúsok?
Ale hej. Len som čítal, že teraz stinty vychádzajú tak, že za nejaký 20 minút, že končíš, tak som sa došiel iba opýtať, že vydáš ešte jeden teda?
Kľudne môžem, ale aj som rozmýšľal nad tým, že chcel by som si dať double stint, že z dňa do noci. Ale asi už je príliš neskoro rozmýšľať nad tým, že by si teraz skočil do auta, keď chceš ešte v podstate sa najesť alebo čo.
Tak môžeš si aj potom dať double stint po mne. Jak to tam je teraz ten čas?
Tak akože po tebe, ty vlastne kedy pôjdeš? Počkaj, ako sa to... Koľko bude hodín? Teraz je 7:30. Nechceš ísť teraz ty? Lebo to potom vyjde presne, že... Ešte mám jedno kolo.
Ja som na mobile teraz, tak idem sa do reguláru a uvidím, či to stihnem.
Pohoda, ak nie, tak nie.
Watch out for fuel. Prepare to come in. Gaining on the car ahead in sector 1.
To bolo blízko. Mišo si nestíha.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Stíham či ne?
Si tu?
Á, zapínam hru.
Podľa mňa hej. Ak nie, tak nie.
Ja akurát sa mi stalo, vieš čo, som to mal úplne vypnuté a black screen, tak som to musel vyštartovať.
Of course.
Ale už zapínam hru. Ty vieš, jak ma zobudiť? Dobre, dobre. To mi ľúbi.
Len kámo, tlaky som akože nevedel, aké som mal dať, tak som iba zvýšil, lebo sa znížila teplota.
Aha.
Ešte chvíľu na kúsok dám. Teraz som na rovinke inak.
Ja už by si chcel ísť boxy, čo? Kurva.
Stíhaš či nie?
Zapína som ich na furt.
Pohodka. Ak nie, tak nie.
Mám ti hovoriť, čo sa deje. Teraz mám čiernu obrazovku. Logo Assetto Corsa.
Asi nestíhame, bro.
Furt logo. Keby si bol v pitmane ešte, tak to môžeš zaujímať.
Už som v boxe, no.
Server list, ATM, Racing, Connect, Loading, teraz mám tu ten screen, že Loading.
To je nič.
Som tam.
To už nič.
Koľko to nevyšlo do piče.
Kámo, asi o... akože fakt o asi 10 sekúnd.
Ježišmaria. No keby som nemal ten prvý blaze screen, tak...
Nevadí, pohoda. Kokos.
Som mi nenaštartoval, ako keby ten terabyte, nechápem prečo.
Hádam, mám dobré tlaky, ty vole.
Tak aspoň to ti poviem, počkaj.
Ja to som kúsok to sral, lebo som si nezapol ignition. To bol halus.
A ty si dal aké teda? Či nemám ti hovoriť? Čo tam bolo napísané?
Vieš čo, to posledné, čo som dal, tak to boli super tlaky, keď som začal, lenže začal chladnúť. A neviem, že čo tam bolo teraz v tej tabulke tu na hre, takže ja som to iba zdvihol asi od akých 5 klikov. Takže teraz uvidíme, že čo vám ide vytvoriť, ty kokos. Tento môj výtvor. Takže ja som totálne iba urobil výmysel v hlave, takže uvidíme, že čo, aké tlaky vlastne budem mať.
Bolo, že 25.1, 25.5, 24.6 a 25. Posledné, čo vidím napísané.
Tak, neviem...
Potom tam môžem pridať plus 5, teda.
Neviem, že ako je to, že o koľko klikov na koľko stupňov je to v tejto hre, ale tie tlaky boli dobré, vravím, len teraz je... Počkaj, neviem koľko je stupňov teraz.
Potom príbeš na
23 stupňov je.
23 a to druhé?
23.
OK. To je... Tak sa začínalo.
No inak teraz mám 26.8 úplne všade. Ty kokos.
Tak si to asi dobre trafil.
Asi som to dobre trafil.
Že k tomu, čo tam bolo posledné, si dal plus 5?
Hej.
0,5, napíšem to tam.
Asi som to trafil. Beginner's luck.
Teraz by si mal mať, že 25, 6, 26.
Počkaj, ti poviem, ako to tam mám.
25, 1, 25,
25, ok, tak ešte viac som dal. Mám 25, 8, 26, 2, 25 a 25, 4.
25, 8, 26, 2. ...25 a 24.
Akože mám to aj na streame, keby si chcel. Keby si... No? Môžem ti to aj zopakovať. Že vieš, že keby si si pozrel stream, tak tam mám vlastne moje údaje.
Dobre, idem to.
Tu zadnú ľavú sme mohli možno, že kúsok viac dať. Ale nie, dobre to je. Asi to bude ešte klesať, tak ja už teraz dám o 2 kliky viac. Alebo nie, vieš čo, nechám to tak, ako to je. A potom to budeme nastavovať, keď budem končiť stint. Inak to BMWčko brutálne letí.
teraz keď konečne klesá tá teplota. Keď sa spýtam, že či chceš ten stint na západ slnka, tak hej, tak pôjdeš stripnúť lebo.
Môžem ísť, no.
Len aby si mal západ slnka. Uvidíš, jak sa budeš cítiť. Tak idem aspoň dať čo zjesť.
Choď, teraz už máš čas.
Dojdem tak za pol hoďku, dobré?
OK.
Chvíľku.
Tak toto nie je možné.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Toto bolo neuveriteľné. Bože môj. Bože, musel byť taký netrpezlivý. Bože, to bola úplne primitívna chyba.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Fú, to 4 sekundy mi dalo. Ty kokot. to bolo oklop. Jesus. Why? Damn, this is fucking frustrating. Well, let's try it again.
tu.
Do piče. Super. Keď som to najmenej potreboval.
Jak sa cítiš, že ešte jeden, či?
Akože mám dobré tempo, počkaj.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Som mal taký retardovaný kontakt, kámo, som bol netrpezlivý a predbiehal som okolo listu a som si myslel, že tam mám dostatok miesta a máme 4 sekundy damage na predku.
Dokým není penálta, tak pohoda.
A žiadna penálta ešte, no. No, asi stačí na Nordschleife double stint dať.
Je to na tebe, jak si povieš. Či keď sa cítiš dobre, kľudne. Keď ne, tak ideme.
Ešte mám 15 minút, takže asi posledné kolo tým pádom, hej. A s tými tlakmi... Počkať, ty si online? Nie si online.
Ja môžem ísť online. Takže idem ja, hej?
Hej, hej.
OK.
Pôjdem ja potom po tebe. Potom Mišo, musíš mi asistovať. Super.
No.
Potom s tými tlakmi mi musíš pomôcť, ja som s týmto mal absolútne vždy problémy, lebo môj slepačí mozoček na tieto veci vôbec nie sú. Nie.
No, napísal som, čo si mi nadiktoval vtedy a môžeš iba pozrieť, či ti to sedelo alebo ne.
Sedelo mi to. A teraz by som priklikol, k tomu by som ešte dal asi, koľko máme stupňov teraz? 22.
Bolo 23 a teraz je 22. Tak možno 1, 2. Asi 2 by som dal plus ešte.
Určite 2. Minimálne 2. Ako, idem teraz sledovať tlaky. Akože 26.4, 26.2. Sú také dosť už nízke.
No tak daj aj, čo ja viem, 4. Počas týmto si mali aké? Dobré či zle?
Dobré. Teraz 26.7, no keď som v zákrutách, tak to začne kúsok, tak to začne ožívať v tých zákrutách. Ale hej no, také 4 kliky by som dal.
Ja ti to nadiktujem potom.
Alebo 3. 3 bude asi podľa mňa akurát.
Dobre, tak 3.
Takže čo, 26.1, 26.5, 25.3 a 25.7?
Aha.
Asi dám iba o 2. Ja neviem. Nie. Tak to o 3. Bude ešte chladnejšie.
tá práva predná je dosť vysoko, s tou si nemal problém?
Ani nie.
Proti tým ostatným. OK. A už budeme mať skoro 27 za chvíľu.
Akože 27, no, teraz si drží. Tak môžeme možno od nej odkliknúť kúsok. Ale akože mne sa išlo dobre, akože vôbec som nejak necítil. Nič.
Ne, nechaj tak, nebudeme už nič klikať. On bol rozdiel cca 4 medzi prednými, takže to máme aj teraz. To som chcel vedieť, že či to bolo OK.
A dám opraviť auto, OK? Akože časy dávam stále dobré, ale kúsok to nehrnie, teda hrnie. Nemá downforce spredu. Akože mne to vyhovuje, lebo je teraz také neutrálnejšie, ale bude to určite lepšie, keď opravím.
No, daj opraviť. Idem na záchod ešte rýchlo.
Pohodka.
Dobre, vražené tempo si dali nači.
14.2 som dal top.
No to aj ostane top.
Akože ešte som tam urobil nejaké chybičky. OK, box, Michael.
Nini.
Dobre. 110. Všetko ostatné je nastavené. OK, paráda. Úplne presne, pit stop.
Lenže mi neoddrbalo volant včera, keď sa to seklo.
Ty kokos.
Najazdil od vtedy.
Hádam nie. 20.
Jo, ignition.
Mám, ďakujem. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Štartuj. Nice.
On tam.
Epic. Good luck, have fun.
Díky.
Teraz to budeš mať krásne, kámo.
Si chcel ísť ty, čo? Priznaj sa.
Akože... Pôjdem po tebe ešte. Ešte bude nejaké možno, že také zore. Ty kokos. Moje zápestia. Jesus Christ. Toto bolo mega. A vieš čo ešte mega? Lebo fakt, že proste ten čas je zosynchronizovaný s kanadským časom, takže ja tu mám teraz presne západ slnka taký, ako je na Nordschleife.
No však mne to vychádza slnko a v hre zapadá, to je úplná chujovina.
Fakt, že je 9 hodín v hre a je 9:17 u mňa. To je úplná halus. Dobre, idem sa napiť a prídem potom, okej? Za takých 10 minút. tu som. Aké boli tie tlaky?
Predky som mal 27,8, takže trošku vysoké a zadky boli v pohode.
Som sa bál, že to prejebeme do pukče.
Preto mi to teraz už nerotuje, jak by malo, tak iba tak prežívam.
Oh shit,
ale akože 8.16 som dal a 8.17 zatiaľ.
No časovo som si ťa všímal, hej, akože nevedel som, že ako si na tom s pneumatikami, ale akože časy si mal v pohode. Nie, no, mohlo by to byť ideálnejšie, jasné, že hej, ale...
Tak dobiehame P6, držím sa tohto, s ním nejak bojovať nechcem.
Super.
Čiže sme v hre.
Koľko máš do konca?
Počkaj. 21 minút, 2 kola.
Dobre, tak potom pôjdem ja.
Tak na rovinke tlaky, predky by som nechal, lebo klesla teplota zase o 2. A vzadu musíme dať viac. Akože oni nejsú vyslovene že zlé, ale ty si to pozeral podľa mňa na rovinkách a v tých technických pasážiach to stúpa.
Áno, áno, áno.
Teraz mám napríklad 27.3 vpredu a 27.0 vzadu, ale až teraz.
Ja by som dal o jeden klik dole spredu a o dva vzadu, teda o dva dozadu hore a o jeden klik dole vpredu.
No, tak nejak. Ja som mal 27.8 pík na predku.
Tak to je už príliš veľa.
Preto idem tak na istotku radšej. Ale získavame aj tak.
Super, pekne. Idem sa vychcať.
No.
Pohoda. Bolo to vtipné.
Až teraz by začína to auto fungovať asi škoda ku koncu.
Aha, ty si prešiel rovinu. Bože, ja som kokot.
No. Teraz pôjdem už boxy, toto kolo.
To dáme. Takže idem to napísať, počkaj. Koľko máme teraz stupňov?
21, ale už ak zapadne to slnko, tak už to pôjde drasticky dolu. Preto rozmýšľam, že predky by som nechal a tie zadky dal o 3 viac. Lebo tebe pôjde ešte dole tá teplota teraz. Ale neviem čo spraviť, no. Ja neviem túto hru. Neovládam to.
Ja som nikdy neriešil takéto veci. Možno, že kvôli tomu som aj doplatil vždy.
Predky nechajme, lebo však ty si bol v pohode s nimi vtedy a zadky dáme o 3 viac. To by som asi urobil.
No ale ja som s predkami so svojimi bol v pohode, ale potom sme to zvýšili, vieš?
Aha.
My sme to zvýšili o 4, o 5 klikov.
Aha.
Nie, o 3.
Ale
o 3.
Aj tak by som to nechal, tie predky.
Nechajme ich. Takže 26.1. 26.
Potom narovím to nastavím.
Ja si to len tu napíšem nahlas. Či nahlas si hovorím, keď píšem. A zadok od aké 2 kliky hore?
Jako zadok?
Hej.
Dal by som 3. Keď zohľadníme to, že ti bude klesať teplota, tak 3. Ešte pozriem potom na rovinku, či to nekleslo náhodou. Už teraz.
Ešte počkaj, to môžem tiež čeknúť. Teda aspoň myslíš teplotu?
Hej, viem, jediné čo
21
si pamätám je, že keď to slnko úplne zapadne, tak jak v reáli, tak potom ti to klesa už fakt, že dosť. Aj o 2, o 3 za stint. A potom už to ostane na nejakej hodnote. Ťahujeme 6.
Epic.
Takých 15 sekúnd som dal, asi. Než nedával si náhodou na tej rovinke, nie tej dlhej, ale v lese keď si, tá rovinka proste druhá, tam si nedával 6?
Nie.
Lebo teraz mám pocit, že by sa tam aj hodilo. Lebo idem, že 2.5.5, teraz som to vyskúšal, lebo dávaj 5-ku furt.
Vieš čo, ja som raz v kvalifikácii som to urobil tak, že som nedával 6, ale proste keď som bol blízko obmedzovača, tak som v podstate urobil malý lift, aby mi to nekliklo do obmedzovača, vieš? Vieš, že som si to udržal v tej 255. Ale môže byť, lebo je chladnejšie, alebo začína byť chladnejšie, tak má väčší výkon to auto.
Vyzerá, že ma ide púšťa. A dobrá, ďakujem. Kokos, kámo, úplný bizar, mi tu praží slnko zvonka. Nič nevidím, na monitore to má úplne. Bizar.
No ja mám zase úplne, že západ slnka som mal, západ slnka v hre a východ slnka na spa, za mňou v telke.
Aj podľa teba to nastavili dneska, no.
Akože absolútne, kámo.
Dobre, asi najkonzistentnejší štint 8.16.
Potom môžem diktovať?
Môžeš, jasno, no.
26.1, 26.5,
Aha.
25.6 a 26 rovných.
26 rovných?
Áno.
Posledná? OK.
A ešte ma nezabudni zvoliť.
Jo, si tam. Idem boxy.
OK, paráda.
Dobre, 15 sekúnd zarobených na PCX a Lexus a ty ho budete dobiehať. Čiže possible P6. Pôjde sa na výjazde.
Ja som sa tak strašne spotil, ty kokos, pri mojom stinte, lebo tu bol západ slnka a ja mám... Takže mi svieti slnko rovno cez okno a mal som tu kamo asi už 35 stupňov vo vnútri, keď som išiel svoj
aj zo mňa tečo, neboj sa. Úplne som mokrý. Dobre, ignition máš zapnutú, neposúvali ma. Dvadsať. Desať. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck.
Díky.
Idem sa poutierať, normálne mláčky zo mňa idú, ty kokos. Hneď som tu. Trafili sme tie tlaky, či ani ne?
27.4, 27.5. Skoro všade
no,
takisto.
To je celkom dobré.
Ja si myslím, že v pohode.
Hej, na rovinke ti to pôjde dole, to sú ideálne tlaky.
Zatiaľ som mal pík asi 27.7.
Aha.
No jasné, to auto teraz o dosť viac vládze.
Ale aj tak sa to všetko neoplatí.
Nie, je to úplne hraničné. Kámo, strašne baví tento pretek inak, extrémne.
Aj mňa.
Akože to auto je úplne fenomenálne a konečne idem Nordschleife pretek. Toto je...
Aha.
Nikdy som nešiel pretek na Nordschleife v ACC. Akože iba nejaké 20-minútové public, to sa nepočíta, ale toto je úplne že fantastické, konečne.
Rovno 24, čo?
No akože fakt, že to keď som sa iba tak spýtal tu na skupine, a zrazu hneď mi padlo toto ty kokos do naručia, tak ty kokos, krása.
Ja mám úplne taký dobrý pocit, niekoľko rokov som našiel 24 a sme sa našli celkom rýchlostne, asi až na Lukáša. To neviem, jak išiel. Ale ten asi išiel pomalšie.
Ale aj ten zážitok, že proste fakt, že tá trať v tejto hre je úplne brutálna. Akože dobre, tá fyzika nie je úplne ideálna, ale je to riadny zážitok.
Zapotíš sa aj v Rigu. Ja si neviem predstaviť naživo vôbec v tej GT3. Že si nejaký estre a ideš bez chyby 24 hodín.
Kámo, to je akože brutál. A ešte a víkend predtým na Le Mans.
P6 je v boxoch teraz, tí, čo sme ich dobiehali. Asi budete mať taký spoločný výjazd celkom. Teraz je na konci cieľovky.
Tlaky sú úplne dokonalé.
Sakra, keby som ja také mal, tak dám 8-13. A to bol asi najlepší stint môj, lebo som dal 2x8-16 a potom 2x8-17 a potom boxy. Taký najkonzistentnejší.
Super. Ja by som dal asi 3 14-ky za sebou, lenže vyšla mi jedna parádna konečne, keď som tam nemal žiadneho okolistu. Akože jeden typek ma brutálne inak nahneval. Okolista absolútne polku tej technickej poslednej pasáže, tak proste sa držal predo mňou a proste išiel pomaly a blokoval ma, vyslovene ma blokoval, ja som nepochopil som to.
Myslím, že to sa každému z nás stalo.
A potom na rovinke som chcel bump draftovať, ale bol ten bungee cording, či ako sa to volá, ten rubber banding.
No.
A kámo, som do ňoho zrazu tak natrtkal, že to skoro som ho odjebal, ale vykryl to. Ale aspoň si chlap zapamätal, že keď ma zdrží, alebo keď nerešpektuje niekto modré vlajky, tak proste to takto môže dopadnúť. No čo, ideme spraviť nejaký čas na tú P7? We'll see.
Ten Lexus je tak nejak plus minus jak my, to bude ťažšie. Ale tá P6 je possible. Už teraz počas tohto stintu, podľa mňa.
Aha, počkaj, P7 je Ferrari.
Ale ten Lexus ešte pôjde boxy, takže iba na chvíľu, potom bude P6 zase. Lexus má inú stratégiu jak my. Skočím na vecko, hneď som tu.
Kľudne.
Tí za nami, tá Audina, tak tí boli 25 sekúnd a teraz sú 41, tak asi opravovali damage. A Lexus dal 8.19.3 toto kolo posledné, ale on je na konci s týmto. Som to mal tak, že ja som bol na konci, on bol na začiatku a teraz ty si na začiatku, on je na konci. Takže sťahuješ IP6 a IP7.
IP7 som stiahol asi 4 sekundy. Kámo, to auto ide dokonalo teraz, aj tieto čerstvé gumy, to je úplne, že...
Aj tie tlaky sme asi trafili. Good job, Andrej.
No.
Neviem ani čo hovoria do tých vysielačov.
Tlaky sme úplne trafili.
Hammer time, alebo hej.
14.9.
Tak.
Kto vie, aký je najrýchlejšie kolo preteku?
Neviem, ale majú ho za nami pýten, že tí nás dobiehajú. Respektíve všetky.
Už mi zase začína byť teplo.
Som pritom zotmelo.
Doslova.
Piten, ten čo má najrychlejšie kolo, tak dal teraz 8.09.
Ty kokos. Čo za auto?
McLaren. Takže oni nás, čo si myslím, že dobehnú určite. Oni sú od nás cca minútu. Za nami. Najrychlejšie kolo bude 8.0 dačo, pod 10 to je. P4 je teraz na zadnej rovinke pred celom, takže to už asi nedobehneme.
To asi nie.
najlepšie môžeme byť P6 podľa mňa.
Ježiš, toto by bolo 8.13, ale mám pred sebou. Mám pred sebou trafik.
Teplota klesla o 1 už teraz.
Aj tak máme 27.
A ešte ti klesne, takže
27.4.
Bude to úplne ideál podľa mňa.
Akože pocitovo je to aj teraz úplne v pohode, vôbec to nejako nešmíka. A zabudol som, že to mám nechať v pečke.
Ale nebudeme najlepšie BMWčko, lebo P1 je BMWčko.
Vážne? Wow.
Aha. Pritom ten jazdí to isté, čo my. 8.14, 8.15, 8.16.
Sa vyvarovali problémom.
Teraz dal 8.16, 5 posledné kolo. Čiže sme podľa mňa mohli byť kľudne P1 aj my. Prečo sme vlastne boli tak nízko, sa stalo niečo, či?
Počkaj. Vieš čo, Miro mal jeden taký dosť nepríjemný kontakt, tak to išiel opraviť v strede stintu, takže zrazu nám nevychádzal vlastne pit, takže tam sme stratili minútu a tam sa to vlastne začalo, no a potom ten reštart, ktorý bol, tak tam sme podľa mňa dosť stratili. Som počul, že Mišo akože havaroval, že to celkom akože rozmrdal. Tak, takže, no, proste tie prvé 2 hodiny po tom reštarte boli dosť také hektické.
A Lukáš nešiel náhodou, takže 8.30 alebo tak?
Hej, toto je jeho pace. 8.28, no.
Aha, no tak už chápem. Máš ho tam. Furt tam je, furt. Dobre. Neliftol to proste. Keby sme nemali toto, že 8.28 kola a crashky, tak čistý pace máme na pódium.
Určite.
McLaren, čo bol 64 sekúnd za nami, tak je 55 teraz. Bolo tuším rozdiel jedného kola. Kedy som o ňom hovoril, minulé kolo. 10 sekúnd na kolo, keď nám dá, tak to nás dobehnú určite. To musí dobré bomby ísť, ty kokos.
No akože ja som mal, ale teraz som mal s tým trafikom.
8-1 nás dal posledné kolo.
Fú, no tak to by som sa aj posral.
Tak s tým sa asi treba zmeriť, iba že dve pozície môžeme získať, jednu stratiť. No.
McLaren vo Ferrari. Ale to je, on je okolo, takže...
Teraz by ten Lexus mali z boxy niekedy už asi. Im asi vyjde pit stop tak, že nebudú musieť ísť ten extra pit jak my.
Fú, hladný som. To je super, že sa pozerám na čas v hre a viem, že koľko je hodín tu.
Mňa by zaujímalo, prečo tak nastavili.
Aj mňa.
Tu som stal prispatý, dal som stint, akože adrenalín a teraz sa mi zase chce už tak spať ako keby.
Si vyžmýkal všetko za seba.
No.
Mis. Ale no. Zlý exit.
careful there. There's a slow car up ahead. Slow car ahead. Slow car ahead.
Lexus ide tie boxy teraz.
Čo to behne ma to Ferrari? V P7 už vidím pred sebou.
Good job.
No ale som prekvapený, že na to, že ako cítim, že pušujem, tak nebude to dobrý čas. Neviem prečo.
There's a slow car up ahead.
Lexus ide až teraz boxov, sme ho predbehli na trati. Ten čo robí za tebou?
Neviem kamo, ale kúsok ma to znervoznilo. Fú, nejak ma šmíka.
Lucky?
27,5. Sa mi zdá, že ako keby strašne rýchlo dropol tire wear.
No, to je to, čo som hovoril, že...
Takže mám 27,3.
Keď máš vyššie tlaky na začiatku, tak asi preto.
No, mne sa tiež dá. Zrazu taký sudden drop.
Ja som tiež išiel už potom na istetku 8.7 na ziba, aby som to doviezol.
Yellow flag, be careful there. Slow car ahead.
Zadky, jak boli na tom dobre?
Yellow flag ahead, watch out.
No, 27,2.
Tak môžeme dropnúť ten predok ešte. O 1 alebo o 2.
Dropneme podľa mňa.
O 2? Či o 1? Ten predok. Mám o 2.
O 2.
25,9, 26,3 a zadok.
Čiže 25,9.
25,9, 26,3, hej.
26,3 a zadok mi nadiktuj.
25,6 a 26.
25,6 a 26 rovných.
Môžeme možno jedno iba dropnúť. Má ten zadok.
Takže
či necháme, jak je?
Ten by som nechal.
Dobre.
Dobre, nechajme ho.
No a jak si na tom? Ideš double stand a potom už to vypneš? Alebo idem ja a potom ešte ty? Alebo jak to spravíme?
Asi pôjdem ešte ja teraz. Alebo neviem,
potom
chceš?
Nie. A potom možno pôjdeš vôbec, či?
Tak mám dosť toho, ale tak akože...
Dobre, ja iba aby som vedel.
Hej, jasné, že keď tiež vravím, že podľa pocitu, akože baví ma to, takže nemám pocit, že by som chcel prestať.
Dobre, tak pôjdeš ešte jeden a...
Môžeme sa možno, že... Neviem, či chce sa mi ísť double stint zase?
Tak si to rozmyslím až na to jedno kolo. Je to na tebe.
No, aby si vieš, zase ty nezaspával.
Ne, ja nezaspávam.
Môžeme si to pekne rozdeliť, vieš?
A to znamená, že o to neskôr skončíš potom, lebo pôjdeš až po mne tu ďalšie hodinu.
To nevadí.
OK.
Však spa mi tu na ešte ide, však budem celú noc hore.
Dobre, tak môžeme ísť, je? Toto kolo boxe, či ešte ďalšie?
Ešte ďalšie. Ešte mám 17 minút. 18.
Tak keď ho nepredbehneš náhodou pod na undercut, aj tak musíme ísť extra pit. To nijako nevychádza.
Jasné. Ja sa nesnažím tu naatakovať vôbec. To nemá význam.
Na rovinke, keď budeš za ním, tak poď boxy. Bude lepšie, než sa trápiť za ním.
Ja, že mám ísť teraz už do boxov?
No, lebo je 5.50 do konca, aj tak nám to nijak nevychádza, aj keby si bol dlhšie.
Boha, vidíš
si myslím.
Takéto zmýšľanie mi chýba.
A podľa mňa ho dáš na rovinke. Takže ideál by bol ho dať, ale keď ne, tak pod box. No, to dáš. No, dá. Tak môžeš ostať vonku.
Kámo, pozri sa, aký rubber banding.
Hej. Mal by ti liftnúť, ak není dement úplný.
Clear on the right.
Lift. Liftol. Pekne.
Kámo, to bolo krásne. To som si ho pekne pripravil.
Fuel is running low. Prepare for box.
Teraz mám 26,6 vzadu. Toto je dlhé rovinky, sa to riadne schladí.
Teraz ho bude dobiehať tam Lexusek. Za chvíľu nás dá ten McLaren, čo ide o 10 sekúnd rýchlejšie. To stiahol o pol minúty tento stint, kokos.
Brutál. Ty kokot. To mi nedal veľa miesta.
Your stint is ending. Box this lap.
Dal podplný teraz?
Hej.
Pekne. No No tak to by som si netrúfol.
Easy flat, kámo. Akože párkrát sa to dá. Teraz to tak fajne bajtlo to auto, že som to cítil. Teraz mám 27.1, 27.4, 26.9, 27.2.
Tak asi to pravo predno ešte dáme dole. Ešte o jedno.
Kam, aké bomby. Som asi nikdy v živote takto dlho nepušoval na Nordschleife, akože lap.
Určite nechceš ešte jeden?
Nie, kámo, zápestia ma bolia. Potrebujem pauzu. Ale akože som absolútne, fakt, že totálne vžitý do toho. Je to nádhera.
No, keď není 40 stupňov cez deň, tak zrazu tie časy idú tak lepšie. Ti to tam nabieha tých 8-15, vieš? To tak lepšie jazdí.
No jasno, že hej.
Počujem na záchod ešte? Tak pravo predno to je 26.2. O jedno dole.
O jedno dole. A možno, že dám o jedno dole aj ľavú.
OK.
A ešte ťa zvolím. Tu si. Žiadny damage. Počkať ešte.
25, 25, 8, 26, 2, 25, 6, 26.
Box.
Box.
Jedeme opatrne do toho.
No, však aj ja.
7 litrov máme, nechám ti 109, nech ti to tankujú.
Jo.
No, sme sami v boxoch, nikto tu na není.
5SP.
Toto bude tiež dobrý pitstop. Priamo hore. Dneska mi fakt ide karta. Ignition je on.
To dobre vyspal, priznaj sa.
Kámo, práve že som nespal skoro nič. Som spal 3,5 hodiny včera. Pred pretekom. Potom som išiel zapnúť stream o 4 ráno, inak 10, sorry. 10, 9, 8. Štartuješ si ty?
Áno.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ideš. Fajne.
Pekne.
Keď ťa to baví, tak to ide samo. Good boy. Uži si prvé 2 kola, kámo, s krásnymi gumami, to je úplne, že mňam.
Jak toto bliká pekne.
Kámo, krása. Úplne, že fakt, že to dobre spravili. Ešte neviem, aký máš typ komb, ale ja mám všetko na ultra.
Ja tiež, no.
Je to riadny zážitok. To je presne ten obrubník, čo som písal do popisu. Fú, no dobre, idem sa ovlažiť.
Jo.